Help, it gave me the tiny text again. I don't know what happened. Hello, hello. Hi Sonic, hi Tim. Of course you beat a few of my records, Tim. I've been trying to beat yours. I actually... It's funny because I played a bit last night because I finished updating Windows because I'm running insider builds. I finished updating Windows, then there was a 1.6 gig update for Forza, so I installed that. And through that, I learned, hey, actually, the game actually works again, because it wasn't working last build. Oh. And I got it working at like 11:55. No, 11:57. So it was like, Forzathon Live starts in 3 minutes, and I was like, do I have time? Yeah, I've got time. So I went and did that. Not a lot of people playing at midnight Australian time. So, took a bit longer than expected. I ended up also buying the Warthog, styling it, buying a bunch of things for it. And I've got the Warthog, because I have the money. We can pause the music now. Okay, so... Step 1, invite Sonic. Who else do we have? No one. Now, my CPU usage, I think, is a little out of whack at the moment. Yeah, hold on, let me... I think I have it. Do I have a thing? Could have sworn I had a thing. Hold on. Also, it is crazy quiet without music. I might just have music because... It's June, right? Could have sworn I recently took a screenshot of how many credits I had in Forza. I think I had, what, 23 million? Something ridiculous? I don't see it. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I was very low on in-game credits when I needed the 2 final castles. After that, I've had nothing that I needed to buy, and I've got 512 cars now, so I was like, I've got 23 million, I can spend 750 grand on a frickin' Warthog. Hi, Sonic.
Good evening.
I almost made a terrible mistake right before starting the stream. I was still wearing my Lindsay Sterling shirt instead of this one. Almost. Alright, so Yeah, I assumed as much, Tim. The Lego map is basically all grinding, because you just need to break everything, do all of the challenges, all of the things, do all the speed zones as quickly as possible, to get as many bricks to finish building your house. Which you don't even get to customize. But I almost want to stream it again on Sunday. Time to practice, Brigitte. I think I'm 250 away from my next house. Attachment. I don't remember what it was.
So last week I got to be a drunken idiot in chat. This week I get to be a drunken idiot on stream.
Hell yeah.
This is
I
what
will prove myself.
Yeah, the only challenge is I need to...
Do not blame yourself for Mondada's death.
Alright.
It was not your fault.
You don't understand, Genji. I could have saved him. Maybe the world would have been better off if it had been me instead of him.
Don't say that, Tracer. It wouldn't be. Oh, you know what I just realized? A good thing we're doing a warm-up. I am still running my main display at 90 Hz instead of 60. So, everything's going to be out of whack. No, wait, I'm not. No, that's the wrong display, that's why. Yeah, I'm running it at 90. Okay, things might flash, things might break. Or it can change instantly. Why can't it do that all the time? Come on. There we go, that feels more like a stream. Is this competitive? I also actually really like the camera on my laptop, because I noticed that in my past VOD I had a bit of hair that was hanging off weirdly on the side of my head, and I didn't fix it until like an hour and a half in, so I now have a second camera perspective to kind of keep an eye out. I don't know what to do, everyone just keeps dying around me. Hi Genji. Step on the... There you go. Who nano boosts a Mei? Who thinks that's okay? Okay, mouse sensitivity is all over the place after switching my frame rate. Get him, Genji.
I'm on the objective. Focus on me.
Oh no. Maybe I shouldn't have stepped forward.
This might need a few adjustments.
In other news, setting up a Facebook stream is a pain in the butt. You can't do anything in advance. You have to do it all after you're live. I kind of understand why Dylan has like a 10 to 15 minute intro rather than a 5-minute one like mine. Soldier, take high ground. Soldier goes with me on the lowest ground possible. It's all gonna end badly. I was right.
Back in the fight. Good as new.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
I think I need to go Moira. I haven't even gotten my ult a second time yet. This is not fair. Yeah, let's go Moira.
60 seconds remaining.
To be good.
Science will reveal the truth. Get into position.
I just found it funny. Oh no!
This is the start of a promising night.
Team, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I don't know if promising is the right word to use here.
I'm not dead yet.
Sarcastic.
I feel like Soldier ulted in the worst spot. He's not going to do anything from there.
He's trying to pressure He's trying to pressure the Winston out. Guessing he didn't realise Winston had primal.
Roadhog ulted when he had no health.
What else is he gonna do?
Must
over
all
time?
make sacrifices in the name
Heal himself then ult.
I think he already used heal.
Fair enough. I would say one more warm up.
Fuck!
You okay? Sonic? That could have just been one of his, like, normal rages, just not muted. But I don't know. There is one downside of a camera being this narrow. Can't... Do I re-queue? Did he accidentally shut down his computer? Because normally when you time out... My hotkey for my... Oh, it's just... Oh. That thing. Okay. Yeah, so display capture. No, what happens is if you time out, which could be an internet disconnect or a computer crash, the first thing that happens is your thing leaves the voice channel, and then later on, you stop playing the game. Now, we actually had a funny thing happen yesterday while playing. I also don't have it in my history. Good lord. But basically what happened the other day was Blizzard servers were misbehaving. And so what ended up happening was in chat it told me Sonic has stopped playing Overwatch. But I was playing with him at the time. And then the other person we were playing with stopped playing alongside another person in my friends list, even though we were still playing. And then I looked at, like, this friend list, and everyone was offline. This entire screen. Just screens and screens of people offline. So, yeah. But, while we wait for him to make his way back, I want to put forward a couple of complaints with this match history feature. Firstly, it's awesome. As a baseline, it's awesome. Good. Downsides. 1. It's only the last 10 matches across all game types. 10 matches, if we were to add these up, maybe half an hour-ish, maybe 40 minutes. Think about someone who plays this game competitively and practices a lot. They will probably play more than 10 games in a single session. There are streamers who play this game for 8, 9, 10 hours at a time. That's like 40, 50, 60 matches. So this is already useless to them. The second thing is, it includes quick play, AI, competitive, arcade, and custom. Now, custom, very good that it includes custom, but if you have a few quick play matches to warm up, and then jump into custom scrims or whatever it might be, there's no way to kind of pin any matches. So what ends up happening is you play 10 matches, then 12, and then you go, oh, actually, there was this really good one 11 games ago. Or there's this really good one 9 games ago. There's no way for me to go, remember this one, so that at the end of my play session, which may be hours long, I could go back and watch that. So I can't sacrifice an entry to keep the ones I want. On top of that, I noticed that the moment the game starts, it takes up a slot here. Meaning, and I'm curious, does that mean... Well, really, it means that you immediately lose the slot you start a game, even if you don't play through the whole thing. On top of that, here's my really big question. This thing in general is a very complicated system. Right? It has to track everything that happens in the game, and then give you a way to replay that. Say this. I think we did really badly on this until the last bit, right? So... what is it? Control? Shift? Something? I don't know. But... say we skip forward, right? This is very dependent on hotkeys and is not designed for you to do things and kind of record them. Or like, I can't record a clip. I'm better off recording a long session where I retry the same things over and over. And like these buttons, I can't hover over these buttons for it to tell me what each of them do. And 2, what my hotkey is set for it. If I want to check what hotkey I have to change the playback speed, or to show the spectator overlay, or to do other things, I have to press escape twice, go to options, go to controls, scroll through this whole list, down to the spectate section. Okay, so it's 1 through 9, F11 and 12. And then stuff like play and pause, right? Play and pause are not in the spectate set. Oh, actually, there we are. Control P. Control P is a weird default. So if we want to spectate, say, Sonic, we don't have a way to kind of zoom out either. We're stuck at this zoom level or at first person, right? All of this is very limiting, but when it comes down to it, it's all very advanced. You have all sorts of controls about playback speed, about... this is where it got really interesting, actually. And actually... the other thing is sound effects continue playing even when you're paused. But, if they were able to do this, and they needed to for the competitive scene, why is there no match history where it just lists your recent games? Now, I can technically do that. If I go to Overbuff, it has a general idea of what matches I've recently played. Why can't I get a full history of every single game I've played in the past year? Because you don't have to... For this to work, they have had to specify your replays will get reset when a new patch drops, because the data changes. But match history, all you have to do is specify the ID of the map, the player names, who won, how long the match was.
Hello?
Hello!
Yeah, sorry about the sudden bail. I fucking spilt my drink. And it splashed all over my keyboard, but the problem is it also dripped down onto my computer, and my computer's got an open top vent for a radiator because of the fucking liquid cooling. So I pretty much had to just shut off my computer, fucking take it all apart, and I'm now in the process of putting my keyboard back together. Because I had to pull it all apart and dry the cunt.
Fair enough, fingers crossed the keyboard works.
Well, it lit up before, so it's all good, and it was only on one side of it. It's just... I need to pull it apart fucking later on. Probably tomorrow or something, and actually give it a good clean. But at the moment. I also need to remember where all the keys go.
Yeah.
Where's my little squiggly cunt? There it is. Squiggly. Yeah.
Tim suggests a sippy cup.
See, this would be understandable if I was drunk, but I was only like, you know, just into my first drink. I'd only had a couple sips from it.
Oh, I've spilt things on my desk so many times, it's not funny. I actually have a paper towel still on my desk under one of my speakers from like a month ago when I spilt stuff. Because one, I'm lazy, and two, it'll probably come in handy again.
Yeah, no, I need to fucking... I just need to find a new spot to put my shit. Oh, nope, that S is the wrong way. And the other problem is fucking I was fumbling trying to get the keys out, because these keys are bitch to get out.
Hmm.
That way? Yeah. Okay. The other thing is my keys, since it's like, you know, gaming board and everything, some of them are angled differently, like WASD's angled a certain way, so I've got to fucking make sure I actually put it in the right way. Otherwise it's going to be uncomfortable. ZX, I believe. Fucking...
You don't remember the order in which the keys go?
No, not really, like...
Most people don't need to.
Well, the thing is, if I forget, I put my hand there like I'm playing, I'm like, okay, that's the button that goes there. F. H is next to F, yeah, and then it goes G and J. I believe.
D, F, G, H, J,
okay,
K, L.
I couldn't remember if it was fucking G, H, or HD. Fucking dickhead. Come on, get in the fucking thing, god damn it. Well, this has been an eventful start.
Yes, it has.
What the fuck?
So anyway, I was talking about how, I was playing with the replay system the other night, and I just don't get how they were able to do this really advanced thing. And sure, it took them 3 years to do this. They've been working on this since day one. But we still don't have just a general list of recent matches, the amount of matches we've played, our general win ratio. None of this is a thing. We don't have a way to go, which map have we played on the most? Which map have we won the most?
Yeah, that'd be nice to see. What's the replay system like? Is it just like the World Cup viewer where you can like go in and out, see all...
It's exactly like the World Cup viewer.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I do like it. I don't particularly like that it only saves 10 games. Like, I feel like that they could have done more.
Yes, and that's what I was saying. There should be a way to pin games. It should be really 10 games per game mode. Or more. I would say for competitive and custom, it should be 14. And then maybe for quick play it can be 8. But in my opinion, if you're going to play a session of Overwatch. That session is going to go on for multiple hours.
boy.
10 games is
Oh,
about
boy.
45 minutes at most.
Oh boy.
Which button doesn't work?
Yeah. No, it's the button that does work. Just a little too good. Space won't stop. Ow, I just hit myself in the face with the key. And I believe spacephones have that stupid little fucking metal bar in them.
That's funny because Tim said earlier, is your spacebar inverted? Technically now it is.
Yeah.
Speaking of smacking yourself in the face with electronics, I was putting my headphones back on at work after I got back to my desk. I sat down, grabbed my headphones, and accidentally let go of one of the ear cups before I put it on my head. And it's very springy, so the cup just went straight into my eye.
Oh.
Like it was a proper... My eye was,
Yeah, no,
was
that
sensitive
sounds-
for another like 20 minutes after that,
Yeah,
and
no,
I had
that
to kind
sounds
of like
pretty
keep it a little closed. I'm just glad it didn't bruise as far as I can tell.
It didn't look like it. You look pretty normal. God damn it. This is the
Yeah.
one thing I have managed to avoid with all of my keyboards so far is getting them wet. The problem is, it's not just water either, so I don't know whether that's actually worse, better or worse, because it was frickin' Coke and alcohol. Fucking... It does seem to work though, which is nice, but I think my spacebar's a little too good right now. Alright, take 2. I don't have a spare keyboard either. Which is a bit of
So
a
should
problem.
we do our second placement match, practice match before placements?
Oh god. Oh! No, stop hitting plus, please.
Figure out which of your keys are not working properly.
Plus 3 NDV space, plus 3 and pretty much my keyboard just did this. Oh,
In that order.
no. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, please.
Immediate regret.
Okay, this is me. Okay, that. I'm not pressing anything. That's what came up.
But that means you're going to be walking right the whole time.
And if I press space, plus 3T5G. Fuck! I think I've just killed my keyboard, to be honest. Well, not killed it, but it's not happy. Oh god.
Hold it upside down for a bit.
I think you might just want to go do your own thing for a bit, because I'm gonna be a while, I think, until I'm gonna, yeah, take your advice and just, fuck. Oh,
Borrow a keyboard from a roommate for 3 hours.
I just built shit on this keyboard, no one's gonna let me. Fuck, we just,
That's true.
fucking a couple weeks back, we just sold another keyboard too. Because we had a spare one lying around that no one was using because I can't remember what keys it had in it, but they were extremely loud. Fucking Razer keyboard or something, I think. It was horrible.
Yeah, I haven't had much luck with Razer hardware. I used to have a Razer mouse, the Razer Mamba. I want to say it was a 2016? Maybe even earlier than that. Maybe the 2012? Anyway, it would literally drift towards the bottom right corner. Not consistently, randomly. And I looked it up. I saw threads of other people complaining about it, and basically what it came down to was all of Razer's mice use the same, at least back then, use the same sensor. So regardless of which Razer mouse you have, you are likely to run into this issue. Some people believed it was related to the vibration of the desk that caused the sensor to freak out and think you're moving the mouse towards the bottom right corner. But imagine trying to use your mouse and then it randomly starts drifting.
Yeah, no, that's not good.
Defeats the
Yeah,
purpose
no,
of
I've-
having a precision mouse.
That's it. No, I've gone a very long time without being able to find a comfortable keyboard. Like I was changing keyboard like once or twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
I just haven't been able to find anything. Then I finally stumbled across something that I like, and now I'm probably never going to change from it. Funnily enough, all of my peripherals at the moment is Logitech.
I mean, they do make the most variety of devices. Webcams, mice, keyboards. You could be like, I want a mouse, and then you open up their website and there's 20 to choose from.
Yeah, no, I'm currently using the G. Oh, was it 903? Yeah, G403. It's a wireless mouse, and I've always been
I
very
switched to
keen
Rocket
on wireless mouse.
because Logitech don't actually have any mice right now that have more than 2 buttons on the side. And I have, and with this one, I get 2 up here on either side of the buttons. I get left and right scroll using this weird knob on in the middle. I get these 2 side buttons, a knob that goes up and down, which can be mapped to other buttons, and then a toggle here that lets me basically switch between 2 sets of hotkeys across all the buttons.
Hey, fair enough. That's pretty fancy.
Now, I don't use most of the buttons, but I have stuff like, what's it called?
I don't know where my cooler is. Fuck.
Like emotes and sprays mapped to buttons.
Fair enough.
I do also like this white stripe along the side. I don't know why there's a white stripe along the side, but also dead skin cells, but that's yeah, white stripe. So, do you have functioning keys yet? Or did you spill something else? Seems we lost Sonic again. Alright. Let's look at more replays then. Rialto was a 9-minute match, and Marnie was a 10.5-minute loss. Hi, Dylan. Happy Friday. Alright, I can't watch replays while I'm in a group. It doesn't tell you that, though. The button just doesn't appear. So there's supposed to be a big button down here. Oh, there we go. See? The moment he left the group. Then the moment I join it, the button's just gone. Oh, actually, no. It is there. Turns out the button is there. It's just very hard to see.
I forgot we were talking in group chat.
Yeah.
I was gonna let you watch some replays, but yeah. Oh well, I guess I'm using a peg. I was looking for my key puller, but I couldn't find it, so now I gotta use a peg to get all of my keys out. God damn it.
We could switch to Discord and I can just play some Mystery Heroes or something.
Yeah, that'll work, because I don't. Yeah, it's not good for you to just be sitting here and fucking menu doing nothing while I screw with my keyboard, because I fucked up.
Alrighty.
Alright, see you there in a sec.
I don't actually know. MIPS deciphering? What does that mean?
Oh. I didn't know I could join directly into this channel.
Yeah, I think anyone can.
Oh, okay. I thought it was locked. Fair enough.
Dylan, I have no idea what that means. There was a Bastion.
Oof. Bastion.
I was not prepared.
Swear to God, if I've killed my keyboard, I'm going to be thoroughly upset.
I see, I see.
I mean, admittedly, considering this is the first time this keyboard has had any form of problem with it, considering I've hit it a few times, I'm surprised that...
A few times?
Yeah, no, I've avoided hitting my keyboard. If you ever hear me hit something, it's usually my desk. Because my keyboard is an expensive piece of equipment, and I never wanted to replace it. For that exact reason.
That's fair. I heard that.
It's like $120 on stupid like that, and I really don't have the money to replace that. My keyboard is naked.
Tim asks, what keyboard is it?
G810.
Ah.
Logitech.
See, I've got the G910.
Ah, really?
Yep.
Seconds remaining.
Never stop fighting.
Yeah, well, I thought I had a key popper, like a key grip thingy madooby, but my brother used it when he was pulling apart his old keyboard that he sold, and I have a feeling he actually sold the tool with it.
Drax, you'll be fine.
I've never had one of those.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah, I assume I should get one.
If you, I mean,
Oh no.
I'd say that they're only useful for the odd occasion where you do want to pull apart your entire damn keyboard.
Oh god!
I'm using a peg. Because they're great, you just push it in and then pull out, and it just pops it straight out, and you don't have to pop it out on an angle, it just kind of pulls it straight up, so... Because I'm always worried about bending the little pieces of plastic inside the key, and then...
Yeah,
then
which
not
is fair
coming back
enough.
in. Or bending the key itself, because you've got to like... Because at the moment I'm like getting a peg, I'm like putting it underneath and giving it a slight twist to actually pop it out. I really don't want to break it.
Actually, I wonder if I can do this quickly enough.
But this is the real question, Tim. Does it work?
So, here's my list of replays, right? Watch how quickly this next arcade match shows up down here after I've joined it. On top of that, notice that for arcade, I can't right-click any of these to get more info. And it also doesn't mention that this one was Mystery Heroes. Or what heroes I played.
Yeah, the fact that it doesn't really say what heroes you play is very strange. Like, they should have just taken Overtrack's bloody take on it. The Overtrack does it well. It tells you the match, how long it was, which that one does as well, but it also tells you which heroes are played and.
Now arriving at Ilios.
Yeah, they do, but like when you're trying to. Okay, never mind. That actually works really well. Thank you. I didn't realize that they would just pull it out like that.
So 10 seconds to attack.
5.
Oh, no. Never mind. I can't use my bloody hotkey to mute myself.
And just like that, Arcade Ilios has shown up at the bottom with a duration of 25 seconds, match played 2,581 weeks ago.
81 weeks.
The game has barely started, the control point hasn't even unlocked, and it's already stolen a slot in my match history, in my replays.
Time to raise my APM.
And this is why they shouldn't have been focusing on competitive for 3 years, when they haven't got the base game done.
Yeah, like, I don't know, people just don't realize that, like, Blizzard don't seem to realize that we want some nice quality of life things for this game.
I don't think quality of life is in Blizzard's vocabulary.
No, obviously not. Or quality in that respect either.
Yeah.
They don't seem to be very good at it. I mean, I feel like they have a plan, but their plan is...
They don't have a plan.
Well, what I was going to say is that they might have a plan, but it's not meshing with what the majority of people want. Their plan is OWL, fuck everyone else. Which is just stupid. Like, because from my knowledge, Overwatch is the only game that launched pretty much on the premise of trying to make a esports.
Yeah, Dylan, not just competitive players, but specifically esports competitive top tier players.
Pretty much OWL.
Like the top 0.1%.
But even then, I mean, I haven't checked into it lately, but you know, say 4 or 5 months ago, even the OWL players were complaining about stuff.
Oh yeah, no, they will get roll queue. That is almost guaranteed. Nobody really wants roll queue, which is what Jeff has been saying. But especially competitively, we kind of need it.
It would help.
Yeah.
You know, give us roll queue, but don't force us into those roles. That way, you know, you at least get a balanced team. But if you need to flex to things, you can do that.
0 to 1.
Because the Overwatch League has been basically GOATs for a year.
It's just, yeah.
It's just not fun to watch. You've got
Yeah.
frickin' 30 heroes to choose from, and you choose 6.
Yep.
The same
And the
6
occa-
every
and
time.
The occasional team will throw something different in there, and it's this big thing because you know they're not running 3 tanks or they're not running 3 supports. It's like, come on, guys. Like, it shouldn't be a big thing when a team uses a slightly different comp that changes out 1 or 2 heroes.
Yep.
Like there was part of the inaugural season. I remember there was a stage there where there wasn't any real proper defined meta. I think the general definition of it is that they were running dive. But you would go into a match and from map to map, even on say Ilios, you know, from point to point, they'd be playing something different, and it was really entertaining to watch because you just didn't know what teams were going to come out with.
And that's one reason why I'd like to see them focus on more maps as well, rather than more heroes.
Yeah.
Because that way you'll have more variety in how people play, because every map requires different tactics.
Yeah.
As do different game modes as well, not just maps. That's why people are really excited for the workshop. See you, Tim. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy
Bye,
Battlefield. I'm doing rubbish, by the way.
Taking possession of the objective.
Like, I've...
At least you're doing.
Mm,
Oh god, I'm gonna need a drink after I finish this. I killed my coaster as well, which sucks. Like, coasters are meant to get wet, but they're not meant to have half a cup worth of alcohol dumped on them, so my coaster's ruined. I've gotta find a new one. Alright, well...
oh god. No escape.
I need something to prop my keyboard up on. Just, like, very slightly. Just up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
身を捨てて
It
も
did, Dylan.
妙理は捨てず
Oh, this might work. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. It's
Most strategy games tend to. Red Alert had some really good maps that it came with.
Red Alert 3. That was one I mainly played, to be honest.
I played a lot of Red Alert 2. Red Alert 3 I played a fair bit of, not as much as 2. But
Yeah.
both 2 and 3 were great games.
Yeah,
And the
Red
cutscenes
Alert-
were, while not professional, they were good fun.
Yeah. Red Alert 3 I played a lot of. Command and Conquer... Which one was it? Tiberian Wars, I think? Was the one I played a lot of. Or maybe another one. And Warcraft 3, they were like my 3 main RTSs.
No, Dylan, I didn't play a lot of maps, to be honest.
Alright, well...
And if I did, I don't remember them. I've played so many games and so many hours of Overwatch and Minecraft.
Well, I'm going to pour myself another drink and hopefully not spill this one. And I'm going to go out for a cigarette while I let my keyboard sit for a moment and hopefully be able to...
Oh god!
God, I'm so upset how to fuck that up.
So, funny story. I hopped on Twitter to kind of complain about the limited options about Android phones. And before I finished writing my second tweet, which was basically complaining about how basically my options are limited to Samsung phones, in the time it took me to write out that second tweet, 2 people had responded with, "Go with a Samsung." The first one went, Vodafone Samsung S10, really good. The second one went Galaxy S9. And I'm like, Like, okay, sure, they don't look like bad phones. But both of the phones my brother has had, I think he had the S6 and the S7. Both of them aren't particularly visually appealing, and both of them broke in some way or another.
Oh, really?
The S7 had a weird... It came with like a little cover for the power... the charging slot.
It always snaps off.
It always snaps off, but even worse, Android then keeps complaining to you that it thinks it might be open.
Yep.
And then his new one actually got into a reboot loop, and turns out it's possible that, apparently that particular model had an issue with the solder, and so there's no way to fix it. So, just like that, dead phone.
Wow, I must have got lucky because I've got the S8.
Oh, my brother's also very unlucky, but like...
Yeah. I've got the S8 and I haven't had a problem with it.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it's gone through many facelifts just with the way, the UI looks. And they keep changing the way my icons look. Like Facebook has changed like 4 times, and like this has changed a few times, and that's changed a few times. It's really annoying. It's almost like every software update they change the way the icons look. And I have a thing like on my home screens and everything. I rearrange my icons in color most of the time, but then they go through and they change it, and the shades change or the color changes. Like gallery used to be like a yellow flower, and now it's red. So I had to like full on change my bloody thing around to make that work. And then I got confused and kept opening the wrong app because I'd flick to my other screen and go click where it was, and it's not there anymore.
Yeah. It's a mess.
Yeah.
Dylan says, I mean, I also have a dead Samsung, you know that. His old S4 would say Android has stopped working every time I hit the home button. Yeah, so there are a number of recent examples that make me not want to get a Samsung. And basically what my tweet came down to was I don't have many good options, and the ones that do look good aren't sold in Australia. The OnePlus, they just don't sell. And the 2 phones that were released in May, apparently, are just not being sold in Australia yet. And then, like, I would love to get, like, the Huawei Mate 10, I think, is the really good-looking one. But obviously, with the whole Huawei thing going on in the US, 1, no one's really selling it, and 2, support for it's gonna suck.
So I'm assuming you have 0 interest in iOS then.
Never die.
0 doesn't begin to describe it.
Oh jeez.
I'm not a fan of Apple as a company. I'm not a fan of the hardware. I don't like the notch. I need a headphone jack.
Fair point. Fair point.
And apparently, in 2019, that severely limits my options.
Yeah, well, it's kind of stupid.
Oh yeah, and expandable storage.
But you know, they're just trying to get more money out of you.
Dylan, notch is only a deal breaker for me if it's in the middle. If it's a hole punch in the corner, I don't mind as much. The whole idea is still stupid to me.
I have the power.
Alright. Let's see if the keyboard's alive.
Ugh.
Oh wait, after I put it back together. I'm gonna have to remember what keys go where. No, I'm not putting my drink down next to my keyboard, because I'll probably just spill it again. God damn it.
But like actually sippy cup.
I probably should.
Defeat.
I mean, I can show you exactly why I need a headphone jack.
But other than the obvious of headphones.
These are awesome. The sound quality is amazing. My second pair. And my favorite part. So I can get longer ones. I've had a few of these where there was a microphone here. Really good for phone stuff. Headphone jack is very versatile.
Yes. I need
And
to get a pair of headphones like that.
now they fit in my bag.
Yeah. I want to get a pair of headphones like that. But I don't have the money to spend, because if I am going to buy a pair of headphones, I'm going to spend a justifiable amount to get a decent quality one, so make sure they don't break and I get good sound quality out of it.
Well, I got some decent open air ones. They were my first open air ones. I really like the sound on them, but only if I'm indoors by myself.
Yeah, nah.
Or actually, they're also really good at work, because someone can walk up to my desk and ask me questions, and I can kind of hear what they say.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, I want a pair of headphones that are full sound cancelling, so I can, you know, if I ever go on a flight or, you know, a long journey.
Yeah, these are sound cancelling, and they're awesome. I've used them on flights, I wear them on my way to and from work every day.
Yeah. There's like, these ones that I'm wearing right now, they do have a headphone jack that I can use, but they're really bulky. So they're not very good for just general use.
Lucio Speed Boost feels so weird.
Damn, Lucio anymore. You are the Lucio, remember? Alright, I think.
Okay, she didn't even hack the health pack behind her.
Questionable tactics.
You got what's coming to you.
You need a hairdryer.
Do you want to melt your keys? Because that's how you melt your keys.
Obviously not right in front of it yet, I'm not. Do it from a distance, just to dry it out a little bit. Just to get inside it as well.
That's fair enough, Dylan. For me, the notch is a deal breaker. As is lack of expandable storage. Otherwise, I would have immediately impulse bought the Pixel 3a XL. It had everything I feel I need, except it has 64 gig storage, and that's the only option. Why is that a problem? I have 69 gig in use on my phone at the moment, and that's without a bunch of games, like Pokemon Go. Music, photos, podcasts.
Yeah, well, I just Spotify everything.
Well, I don't pay for a big phone plan.
Fair point. I do. Actually, that reminds me, my phone bill's due tomorrow. But on the plus side, I do get like 20 gig of data, which is easily lasting me a month. Because I mean, all I use my phone for is listening to music and watching YouTube. And the occasional ringing people if I need to. Apart from that, I don't use it for anything.
Diva, you tried.
Alright.
Our Sombra's name is Fire in My Hull.
Alright. Do this a cheap way. Where is my box? Here it is.
No, no, regrets. They have 2 Roadhogs.
Did you live? No, you didn't. Don't mind me on that numpad.
Here's what I do when I need to check Discord. Like, literally.
Genji is with you.
I should get a laptop. Just for shits and gigs.
Like, yeah, it's not the most ergonomic thing, and it does have some weight to it.
Yeah, I remember you complaining about that. My first thing in Melbourne. Because you thought it'd be great to bring your laptop with you.
No, I didn't really complain. It was more... Like, it came in use... Well, actually, it almost came in useful.
We did use it for something. I can't remember what. Sitting in a food court somewhere.
Well, we were also gonna connect the Switch to the TV using the little adapter. Turns
yeah,
out.
that's right. And
But turns out the Switch doesn't actually follow the USB-C spec. So USB-C docks don't actually work with it. And there are some that can actually brick the device, which is fantastic.
oh,
Because that's how you want to design your device.
yeah.
Oh,
I think we won that fight. Get in there.
Everything can be hacked, and everyone.
Playing with puzzles again that I haven't done in so many years. Is that an up, down, or left, or right? I am so confused.
Well, you see, right goes left and up goes right.
Oh. That was not right either.
Yeah, Dylan, I can understand that. However, I feel uncomfortable using laptops for extended periods of time, and I also feel very limited in using them compared to a desktop. Because, actually, okay, I don't know if I've told you this before, Dylan. When I worked at my previous job at Appster, I didn't have a office computer because all the other employees had MacBooks. So instead, I used my Surface Pro 4. I connected it to a Surface dock. Had 2 1080p screens on the side and a 4K screen in the middle that I had set to 1440p. And so my laptop became my desktop. And it was fantastic. I could have the Photoshop concept on the left screen, the code in the middle, and the final web page on the right.
Arrow key.
Theoretically, I could use something like a Razer Blade 15 as a daily driver, as long as I could hook it up to an external GPU and stuff like that, right? Especially at work, like that wouldn't be a problem. You probably wouldn't even need an external GPU there.
Get in the damn key's not doing the job. Oh no, that's that must be up arrow. Aha!
All duplicates.
I found the up arrow. We're good.
But is it the up arrow? Alright, I'm gonna
Yes.
try some 8-player free-for-all competitive deathmatch.
Nope, no mind. The up and down arrow. You were correct. It was not the up arrow.
Hmm.
It was actually the down arrow. I think.
Deathmatch competitive play.
I honestly
Or-
don't know anymore.
Or as my competitive, as my scene says for the stream, Deathmatch.
Deathmatch. Aha! I think I finally rocked. No, I think I do need to.
Warning, long wait to find a map.
Why is it so difficult to do this?
Oh, my Discord overlay gets confused when I switch to the other scene. That's funny.
Nope, that's wrong. Maybe it was right the other way. Fucking- Can't they make it a little bit more obvious which one is up and which one is down?
Yeah, Dylan, I tried to do that in the living room at my place, but I've run into two issues. The first issue is that the TV that we have in the living room, I want to say it's a Panasonic. For some reason, the screen mirroring app on it does not work with Windows devices, including Windows Phone. And it's very picky about Android phones. The other issue I ran into is there is an Xbox One S plugged into it. So I was like, okay, I'll just use the wireless Connect app, because that's now on Xbox. Laggiest piece of crap I've ever seen. So that idea went out the window. Yeah, and I'm quite sure mine does too, which is the one I have in my room. But the living room 50-something inch TV does not. Which is unfortunate. My Samsung TV also has full Steam remote play, or whatever it's called. Steam... What's it called? The in-home streaming stuff that's on smart TVs. It fully supports that, which is really cool. But when I had my friends over the other weekend, I had it set up like that for a bit, but it didn't like the fact that I tried to launch Sea of Thieves instead of using the Steam like TV mode. So what actually ended up happening was, while playing with the controller, you'd start hearing stuff in the background, and what had happened was, even though you're no longer focused on the Steam full screen view, it was still hitting the same keys. So my friend, while playing Sea of Thieves, was launching up the Vacation Simulator ad on the Steam store in the background. So I went, screw it, and went, you know what, I actually have a 10-meter HDMI cable that's running here anyway, might as well plug it into this TV. Because keep in mind, the TV in the living room and my computer here are hooked up to the same wired Ethernet network, and there's a gigabit connection. So I can do stuff like Steam in-home stream to a TV. Unfortunately, if you're not playing a Steam game, stuff gets weird.
It gets upset. Almost done. Sort of, I'm like halfway through.
That's a lot of keys. If this hits 5 minutes, I go back to Mystery Heroes. We're also an hour in, by the way.
An hour in, I've spent like the entire time just pulling apart and putting my keyboard back together. God damn it. I believe that's a W. Of course it is, I've already put the M in.
That's fair enough, Dylan.
Arriving at Shadow Gear. Prepare for battle.
Also, how good are these visibility transitions?
Three, two, one, fight.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here!
Ooh, there's mother. Oh, wondering where that was. Come on, get in there. Get in there. Don't be a. Thank you. I wonder if people have championships to see who can pull apart all the keys on a keyboard and put them back on.
No, that would be weird.
Exactly!
No.
That's why I think that it would actually be a thing. Or if there's like a world record to, you know, getting a blank keyboard with all the keys pulled out and all the keys in front of you upside down and you've got to put it all back together. Because, like, people do dumb things like that. I'm sure there's Guinness World Record or something about that. And you're right.
I'm gonna die. And it's gonna be my fault.
I mean, you are playing Deathmatch, so
Deja vu.
What?
you're alive. No, you're not.
I'm back.
I keep forgetting that the stream is delayed.
It should only be delayed by about a second or two.
Yeah, for me, watching you, mine's always delayed by like a good 20 seconds. I don't know why.
20 seconds is old-fashioned.
I know! The only stream that I have watched that has not been delayed that much was Teals. Through Mixer.
Oh, jeez.
That shit was like immediate. But yeah, every other stream I watch seems to be delayed by a good 10-15 seconds. I really don't understand it. It's actually quite infuriating.
That could be an interesting competition, Dylan, especially if it's right after you've spilled a drink onto your computer.
See, speed unplugging is easy. Especially if you're not really too worried.
It's
about
the
that.
speed plugging in that gets you, especially with USB ports. Oh no!
It took me like 4 or 5 turns to plug my keyboard back in. And even then I gave up and moved it anyway. Because I didn't want it at the back of my computer, I wanted it on one of the ports that I've got on top, that way I can unplug it and clean my keyboard out without typing everything and opening 3/4 of the shit in my computer. Yeah, another control. Yeah, I've only got 4 left. Woo! For some reason I'm still
Can you tell I'm bad?
I'm missing the D. That way? Yeah, no.
I'm probably honestly gonna play silver. That is a realistic assumption. I thought I hit Q there.
Ever get that feeling? Deja vu.
Okay.
I'd like to say I contributed to his death.
Enemy needs 10 kills to win.
No! He picked up the health pack! Oh yeah, the other dumb thing about deathmatch is I can't see my weapon accuracy.
Weapon accuracy is not
It's about 10% right now. Maybe
My
less.
weapon accuracy is always really low because I have a habit of just like shooting walls and the payload and stuff while I'm waiting.
I'm back.
No. Yeah, no, I don't do that. I'm just a crap shot. Even after 1,000 hours in this game.
I mean, I
10
am
health.
mad as well.
Deja vu.
Enemy needs 5 kills to win.
Alright, my keyboard is back together. That key is upside down. No, it is not.
Also, what is blink economy?
Something I do not understand.
Ah, she recalled.
Okay, now. You right click whisper. Now, I'm going to use whispering to you
Back in the fight.
as a test to see what my keyboard happens, so you get to see all the fuckery that happens. I need to wash my hands again.
No! No, not McCree! Go away! No, McCree!
Yeah.
Oh no. I was taking a sip and died. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
Dylan,
thinking-
it... That's the case for every audio device, though.
So I'm thinking, even if my keyboard is chucking to shits like it was before, where it's just typing randomly, I'm gonna try a quick play match. Because I think that's going to be hilarious and frustrating. Alrighties. I have a message on a Discord. Keyboard, log in. Oh god damn it.
Is it worse?
Yes, it opened the Discord overlay somehow. I just killed
No.
my keyboard.
Wait for it.
I'm at the bottom of the list.
Okay,
Well, hey, you got spacebar working.
No. It was working before, and now it's working too much.
Well, most likely, if you leave it to dry upside down. Also, I got the most assists in that round.
Of the game.
Then you might have some luck.
I think I'm gonna have to pull it apart again and yeah, let it sit for a good
No,
while.
you don't even have to pull it apart. Just let it sit. However, so far, I do not see any W, A, S, or D, so you might be okay.
And I don't have V keyed to anything. I think that's just like thank you. G is group up. I'm not seeing any keys that would actually be too detrimental to actually
Alright,
play.
launch a quick play game. I'm gonna watch you.
Oh god. This is just... Oh, fuck me. Oh god, apparently I'm recording as well. Sorry, this is gonna be hilarious. Oh,
Perfect.
fuck me. Oh wait, I should probably reply to that message on Discord and explain what's up. Because I think my keyboard just typed a bunch of random shit. Oh god, it's bringing up the server, the netcode thingy, whatever the hell it is. I don't actually know the key binding to that, so that's interesting.
Control Shift N. And network.
Compare your defenses.
I
Select your
I can't get rid of it.
I thought I clicked spectate. I might have clicked join game. It's fine.
It looks like you did. You were here. Hello. Oh, apparently I'm on open mic. Ah, that's right. I was on open mic through. I need to leave voice chat.
I will prove myself.
I can sprint. I can use an ability.
Thank you.
I press R and it melees. R is reload. I press melee and it brings up my emote wheel.
Hey,
C brings it up. V is jump now.
thanks. Thanks.
Oh, spray is jump. Oh my god.
Thank you.
WASD. Actually, no.
Sounds like you're good to go to me.
Let's use a hero that requires a couple more actual uses of stuff. Ah, damn, we have a Doom Fist. Oh god, this is gonna be great. Oh no, never mind. Her key bindings aren't good enough. Let's go this one.
Zenyatta is here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to let my key. I mean, I could probably play if I could get rid of this damn graph that's all over my screen that's annoying the crap out of me. So I jump and I spray at the same time, which is fun. I mean, I could technically play if it wasn't so everything I do makes me jump.
I don't know. That makes you harder to hit.
I mean, I do like spraying, so every time I jump I spray, so that's one key press, which is really nice. Also, I'm spamming thank you, so that's a thing.
I didn't even notice, but you're right.
I noticed it because I can see it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm gonna have to let my keyboard sit. Jesus Christ. Let's play Genji. Just spamming group up and hello.
I've got you covered.
Also, I've hidden my chat, and I can't remember how to get that up either.
Oh no, I'm dead. Nope, I've got a shield! Haha!
Oh,
Oh.
bombs, right.
Yep.
Alright. Anyway, I'm gonna not. Oh, wait, I need to Alt F4 first before I can't Alt F4! Alright. Yeah, nah, I need to let my keyboard sit. Jesus. That so sucks. I was really looking forward to playing tonight. Oh, god damn it.
Should we, Forza instead?
I don't believe I even need a keyboard to really launch that.
Correct. And you can unplug your keyboard.
I have unplugged my keyboard because I don't want to press random buttons.
I can do better than that.
Alright, we'll switch. I'll change all the stuff on the stream.
To me. I'm under attack.
And then I'll raise my bitrate and stuff as well.
Get behind me.
That's alright, we can do placements on Sunday or something. Or Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
I see you over there.
Ah, it sucks.
Pull it to take.
I didn't feel like I had the energy for competitive anyway, so...
Alright, well.
because I was playing Forza at 12:30.
Take some armor.
Yeah, that'll do it. Actually, I wonder if hopefully my controller's not damaged either because I got a little bit of bleeding drink on that as well.
Nah, it'll be fine.
I didn't.
They're
think my
resilient little
controller-
buggers.
I don't know. This one isn't a legit controller. This one's like a PvP ripoff.
You monster.
I am not spending $90 on an Xbox One controller when this was like 50.
60.
I'm from. It's like okay, it's like 80. Like a legit branded Xbox controller is way too much for my liking. Not for something I play occasionally.
But they're super comfortable.
This one is exactly the same.
Dylan, I would say you're the only one. Oh, although my display capture's broken.
Ooh, well, maybe you can't. Then. I could play Overwatch with a controller.
Oh no, wait, there it is. Welcome
How'd
back,
you work?
display capture. I just had to leave it open for a bit. Okay. Right. I may have to
I mean-
repair my controller.
I can actually see where Dylan's coming from because it's like a half rate. I don't know. I can see where you're coming from though. That being an insult, it's quite interesting. Oh god, my controller feels horrible. Well, I'll get this shit launched and I'll be back in a moment. And then
Yeah,
I will come
alright.
play.
Although technically, you know what I could do? I could try setting game capture to Forza and watching it crash. Just like that.
Oh, jeez. What just happened to your mic?
Oh, yeah. It probably peaked my CPU usage. But yeah, don't
probably.
try game capturing Forza. It will crash the game.
Oh, so you can't actually record Forza. Well, stream it.
I'm going to quickly update the stream details.
Jeez.
Yeah, I won't. I'm assuming it killed my audio for a bit there.
Butchered. Alright.
Mm-hmm. Is the audio okay now, though?
Yeah, no, you come through pretty. You come through good now, at least on my end.
Excellent.
Man, of all the days to kill my keyboard, it had to be a Friday night.
A competitive Friday night.
Well, yeah, no, I've been thinking about this all bloody day. I'm like, fuck it, you know, get these placements done, have some fun, you know, stick around a bit, and then I spill a drink on my keyboard and ruin it.
So the game crashed after trying to load in.
Jesus. This is this is going well.
I wonder if it's because... No, actually it wouldn't be.
Well, I mean, if Forza doesn't work out, I suppose I could play Overwatch with a controller.
Nah.
Just be a mage. I should play like Lucy's here.
Yeah, I just changed Twitch. I'm now in the process of updating it. Of course, Mixer loaded in mobile mode, so...
Because, you know. I was planning on playing games with my brother later on tonight as well.
Well, you've ruined that opportunity too.
Yeah, and then, like, we're gonna go play Escape from Tarkov, and that's like a, you know, it's like a sim shooter, so you've got to be on point with your movement and your shooting, and like, I can still aim perfectly fine, I just can't shoot things. I don't know, I'll have to wait till my phone
Nope, the
comes
game...
out.
No, the game crashes the moment I go out of the main menu.
Rip.
Yeah. Maybe I could do some programming instead, because I was thinking of doing that on Sunday, but the game's
fair
crashed.
enough.
Let's check to see if there are any Forza up. That's a no. The question is, why does it crash? And the thing is, I can't be like, okay, I want to delete this local save data, right? Because there's currently 62 meg of data on this computer that's related to the game, and 72 gig of game data. But there's no way for me to go, okay, just to see if it helps, delete that. Or Steam also gives you the ability to go verify my game files. My options are reset, this will reinstall and revert to default settings, or uninstall, remove it. Those are my options.
Neither of those seem too helpful.
So we could do Forza Horizon 3.
I don't have Horizon 3 installed. And that would take way too long to install. Ow. Sorry.
Dylan, you read my mind. Rough doesn't begin to describe it. Just don't get how they managed to screw up this game so badly.
Why haven't they made waterproof keyboards yet? Admittedly, Coke and Jack Daniels isn't exactly water, but still.
Okay, so you can't run the executable directly. That's funny. Also unfortunate. Oh, so they do have a code integrity file. But there's no way for me to use it to actually determine anything. So yeah, what if I delete my... Is that something I can do? Because maybe it's that. Those are the Xbox instructions. Can you reset Forza Horizon 4 to begin game from start again? Delete the save data. It's very helpful. How? You need two different people to explain it to you at the same time. I just want to delete the local copy. Why can't I do that anymore? That used to be in this list. Okay, what if I disable its permission for the microphone? Maybe it's something related to audio or something else.
I only just read what Dylan said in chat. And I'm disappointed in you.
It's okay, we're all disappointed in Dylan. I wonder. I use the old Xbox adapter for my controller most of the time. When I was playing yesterday, I was using the new one. I wonder. And actually, during this part, I wasn't even using a controller, because I just wanted to see if it would launch. Maybe. Just maybe. If I don't have it plugged in.
It'll crash anyway.
Probably. But that's the size comparison of the old versus the new. There, corners lined up.
So smart.
Nope, still crashes.
Wonderful.
Okay, dev stream.
We had one thing planned that worked really well. Oh, jeez. Kind of sucks. It's like I can't really play any other games. It's like any game I feel like playing requires a keyboard. If only I had like Diablo or something.
RAM map. Why would I want to empty a standby list? Is this a good idea? I've never heard of this. Dylan, you gotta stop it with the puns. And the dad jokes.
Gee. You know what? Stuff it. I'll just play Risk of Rain. I don't need a keyboard for that. I'll just hang around and chat and be annoying.
Yeah, sounds good. Helps to have someone to chat to.
Yeah,
Dylan, you're welcome to join the channel as well.
Except you're about to go into a whole world of things that I have absolutely zero idea about.
Hello, Headshot Mins. I'm sorry if you're here to see Forza. It keeps crashing once it tries to load my save. It was working fine last night.
Everything's going beautifully tonight.
Yeah, we were going to play Overwatch competitive to do our placements. Sonic decided to spill a drink on his keyboard, so that dashed those plans. Hope your day's going better than ours. Let's just put it that way. Now, what was the correct way to lower the number of cores that Visual Studio uses? Dylan, do you remember? I remember there being a thing where we could...
Oh, jeez, how do I play this game? There we go.
I'm blanking. I'm looking at all of these and going, no clue. Maybe it's under CMake? Nope. What's the category for, what is it, science and technology? And what about on YouTube? I could probably just...
I went to go press Y for jump. I think I've played too much Skyrim lately.
Hmm. It's under Projects and Solutions, VC++. Because that's obvious.
Ooh, that sounded like a person.
Yeah, I heard there was a dev party happening in here.
Hell yeah, there is.
But I also heard that puns and dad jokes are not allowed.
I didn't say that.
You just said you need to chill out on them.
Yes, I didn't say they're not allowed.
So they're still allowed, you're just only able to use them in moderation.
I'm unfamiliar with this word. What is what is moderation?
Also, hello, I believe this is the first time I've actually spoken to you.
Outside of Overwatch?
I've played Overwatch with you?
At least once.
Yeah, well, my memory is like a sieve, so...
I could technically lower my bitrate right now, so let's do that.
I think it's at least one time as a big group, because... No, we've definitely played. Because, no, we were playing that from the workshop mode with the volleyball thing.
Oh! Okay,
Like,
fair
that's at least one example.
I mean, that's a very vivid example, because that volleyball was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, it was. Just a shame that the hitboxes were a little bit weird.
They were a bit janky, but once we got the hang of it and we worked out where we needed to be to make them work, then we were Gucci.
So, Dylan, fun fact. When I started the stream, I accidentally started at a bitrate of 4,000. And then I lowered the bitrate to 3,500. And everything said that it was at 3,500, including like the thing in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
I just went in to change it to lower it to 3,000 instead of 3,500. And it was back at 4,000, even though everything was still running at 3,500.
Mm-hmm.
Should be weird.
Oh, by the way, are you aware with the issues I've been having lately with headphones or earphones?
No, what other issues have you run into recently?
Okay. If I plug my earphones into the DAC, it's a USB connection to my desktop, USB DAC, hit earphones into that, the right ear statics.
Oh, that's nice.
It gets weirder. What can also happen is occasionally you will feel like there's a shock to the skin in my right ear.
Hoo-hoo, pleasant.
Okay, but it gets weirder. If I plug it into my phone, as you might expect, it's fine. It's my phone. Plug it in, everything's fine there. Plug it into my laptop, the same issue happens. But only if it's plugged into the wall.
Ah.
If it's running off of the battery, it works. There's nothing wrong with it. Which means
that makes sense.
Which means my room has dirty power or something. And so if I don't want to get shocks in my ear or have to hear static, I have to get either a UPS or figure out why I suddenly have such dirty power.
Mm.
And the only thing that has changed in recent weeks is things had to be unplugged from the downstairs because whole downstairs had to be cleared out of stuff so that the roof and floor could be completely replaced. So my grandparents had to move to be in a hotel for a few weeks. And so much stuff was plugged into there, like several things plugged into the one socket. Bad. Then it was fine, and then within the last week and a half or so, people have come downstairs to do work, and that's the only thing which is sort of like correlated with this starting.
Mm. That sounds problematic.
So, is there just problems with? Oh, there's been a whole bunch of stuff been going in and out of plugging in, plugging out. Things I don't know. Is it the equipment that's downstairs, like fans and stuff, which have to be plugged in to keep it ventilated? I don't know. All I know is occasionally I get a shock in my right ear.
That's not good.
Right
Hi,
now
Ben.
it's just staticky. I haven't had any shocks, but it's not good. Anyway, what are you
Yeah.
actually doing?
So first I'm rebasing my branch on master. But my plan is well, it's only 10 commits behind, so that's fine. But I'm actually going to be doing some stuff related to file descriptors. So, I'm about to pull this up. OBS Studio build, run directory, roll with that. Plugins, 64-bit. Okay, so you'll notice. Actually, no, you know what? We'll do it from the binary directory. So, we have, if we sort this by app extension, you'll notice all of these have no info tied to them in any way. Well, if we build this...
Oh, this stuff I know you're doing now. Okay.
Yeah.
But you need to explain it for other people.
Mm-hmm. So while it's building, if you right-click on a DLL, let's say, and you go to Details, you've got a file description, you've got a product name, a product version, and an original file name. Currently, OBS, or actually, originally, OBS didn't build that for anything. As part of 23.1 or 23, I think it was 23.1, right?
No, I missed the question because I had to get my phone for two-factor authentication.
I added versioning to 23.1, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. So, in 23.1, I added this over here to the main executable to specify the file version, the file description, and the copyright and the original file name. So that was a good first step. But really, all of these components, libOBS especially, kind of need their own details about where they come from or which version they are. Right? Because at the moment, you could grab a DLL from any version of OBS, especially a plugin like, say, the image source. Is it just labeled image source? And normally it won't provide any version info. So if you wanted to get the one where the slideshow isn't memory limited, then you would have to basically guess that you've got the right one copied over. This way, there is no confusion. It will tell you which version of the file you have installed.
Because don't we still have an issue that the uninstaller never changes its version number?
Yes. So it does change its version number. The software. It does change its version number, but only if you run the installer. The updater doesn't update the uninstaller version.
Okay. I just want to quickly check. Are you only using captions for your own voice?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's the way it works. Captions experimental. You choose one audio source. Actually, technically, I could switch it to track 1.
Oh no.
Let's try that.
Not anything you did. Okay,
What I really want to do is I want to use the web captioner combined with OBS WebSocket and just feed that in that way.
So, do you know how Flux? generally speaking, doesn't show up in display capture because it's not affecting the. It's not just an overlay; it's like actually affecting the output.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, it sometimes falls back on an overlay method if something's wrong or it has or it's weird situations with multi-monitor setups.
Yeah.
It's fallen back for me,
Oh no.
which means any screenshots or any captures I do is all orange tinted.
That's frustrating.
Is there a way to automatically update Flux? I don't think there is.
I'm also running a new experimental build of OBS browser.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember seeing. I am on the latest version of Flux. Oh, that sucks.
But the only way to use the updated version of OBS browser is to download the
changed CEF.
Yeah.
3770 branch.
Yes.
So can you explain to me what's in that branch?
So between the Ceph that we use currently and the Ceph that is part of 3770, they
Is there a
broke.
proper way to call it?
Yes.
Because I just called it CEF.
I think I looked it up and it was Ceph. So, but in that time frame, they managed to break hardware acceleration more than once, and they also managed to break the shared texture stuff we were using. They've since fixed both of them, and in the middle of that, they also added the ability for two specific things. One, for you to mute the primary output of the audio, because by default, Chrome and Ceph by extension use the default audio output device, regardless of what you wanted to do with it. So the first thing is you mute that. The second one is being able to output a copy of what would normally be sent to the default audio device anywhere you like. Now,
so we can finally route stuff from browser source.
Yes, and what you'll notice here is I do actually have a slider for browser source. Or better yet,
Okay, is it per source or for the browser sub process as a whole?
per source.
Sweet.
Actually, it might even be per scene item. I will check that in a sec.
No,
but
I didn't mean per. No, I didn't mean per scene item. I meant in the sense that like Chrome as a browser. I don't know how it works in its entirety, but I'm pretty sure it only outputs the one audio stream for all of your tabs. So I was thinking, is the browser source in OBS outputting the audio for all the sources on the one track, or is it each individual page has its own output?
each individual page has its own thing.
Okay, cool.
So if I were to pull up, let's actually go here, interact. This probably won't work actually, because as you can see, H4 doesn't work. But if I were to pull up,
Oh yeah, because you're on the build, the Spotify. Are you using the Spotify build of C?
I'm currently using the Spotify build.
Right.
PKV was going to make me a build, but he was unable to. He had some weird issues, so he ended up not doing it. But yeah, each browser has its own audio, and that was one of the benefits of the way it was done. That we need to obviously mute the default and then override it, but we can also override it per source.
So, I'm wondering, could I get okay. Remember a few months ago, Handy in the OBS, one of the OBS chats, Mitch linked a deal to a relatively cheap but still very powerful VPS.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if I can get that VPS to download a Windows 10 build VM, because Microsoft lets you download a Windows 10 VM.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if I can possibly put a VM on the VPS and have it build Ceph. Problem with that is, while I'm pretty sure that any virtualization doesn't have hardware acceleration, it's using software rendering, I don't know if the host machine has to have a GPU for it to work.
I believe it does.
Darn.
Okay, so we just need to make sure that this... Oh. So I can't even preview a song. It won't let me unless I sign in. That's frustrating.
So wait, you can't even... That's what? That's never been an issue for me.
Yeah, me neither.
Hang on. What if you played an embed link?
I'm just gonna log into Spotify. In Ceph.
You give up that easily?
Depends on which password I used for... You entered an old password. Your password was changed from this one about 4 years ago.
Do you have a password manager? Okay. I think embed links will work.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Okay, do you want me to send you a link that might work? That will be a Spotify one that will possibly work in your Interact page?
Well, like, it didn't even ask me for my, two-factor code. I got it working.
You already logged into it?
Yeah.
Do you know, speaking of, you only need the password, it's like you only need it as a last line of confirmation rather than because you actually need to log in. But wait, no, but then the browser source is separate from your Chrome session, so it should have asked for 2FA.
Should've. Enable player in your browser. Visit the Spotify support site to see how.
Again, do you want me to link you a embed?
Yeah, might as well.
So this is the embed URL that Discord uses whenever you post a
Oh, that's a good...
Spotify link.
Is this a, copyright-free thing that I can...
No, it is not. Do you want me to find something?
No, it doesn't matter. I don't think I have, I don't think I have it set to play the audio back anyway. But if I do...
Big cover art.
Yeah, very, very classy.
It was the last song I linked in my server's music channel.
Oh yeah. Okay, no, I do have... okay. I do have it set to, monitor. But, as you can see, the audio is only playing out of there.
So it does work.
Mm-hmm. Because this is the other browser source.
There you go.
Which is awesome. Because it makes for a lot of more powerful things. Because on top of that, now you can also go, yeah, let's boost it, you know.
Yeah. Also, that means that you can do stuff like make alert noises cut through other sounds.
Yes. Absolutely. Or make sure your voice cuts through alert sounds. So yeah, this is what the
Or that your
Spotify
voice will cut through,
build comes with.
or that your voice will cut through your regular desktop audio, but not necessarily the alert.
Yeah.
Although, actually, how would you do that? Because you'd still need to hear the alert yourself, and so if you made it cut through desktop audio, it would still cut through the alert unless you made it output to both, but then you'd be doubling it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's maybe I'm just trying to think. Should OBS ever have sanity checks for monitor and capture? Because we don't currently have
It technically
sanity
does
checks
to some
for
extent.
that. Apparently, according to Twitch, I said sanity check for murder and cat.
No.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I would sanity check a cat for murder.
No comment. So which file is this? You know what? I need to open Visual
Oh, boy.
Studio Code.
So have you rebased now by this point? I'm assuming you have.
Oh, yeah.
Rebasing generally doesn't take that long.
Yeah, I rebased ages ago. This is my let's stick that over here. These are my changes so far.
Are you using code or
A mix. So I'm going to be using code for its like really good search and its really good inline Git stuff. But for actual programming, I tend to use Visual Studio only because the syntax highlighting and the autocomplete work flawlessly.
Visual Studio Code is a really nice IDE.
It is.
Like I'm almost certainly going to uninstall Atom by this point.
Mm.
I like Atom, but being able to tinker around to have it something that I like is a plus. But Visual Studio Code is close enough out of the box to what I want anyway. And
Yeah.
I can still sort of change it to what I want with extensions, that the massive speed improvements that it has just make it like, why would I keep using Atom when it takes a century to load?
Yeah. So one thing I did realize is it's a bad idea for me to add these version strings to the game capture DLLs.
Oh yeah, because then we'd have to rebuild it. We have to re-sign it every version.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
So
Jim's already considering shipping 2 versions of game capture in the future. Just so
yeah.
that the
So
old
there's a
version
reason
can
why my
support.
current implementation doesn't actually do anything for those files, because at the time I was like, and then I added a comment of, don't forget to do this, but actually I'm gonna unstage these and discard them.
Yeah. So like,
because
I've got that my open PR for that bug fix, and it's probably not going to get into the program for a very long time, just because while it's a functional fix,
yeah,
without
stupid anti-cheat.
without any of the backwards compatibility stuff, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I was quite proud of myself for fixing something with game capture.
Yeah, you did well.
Don't patronize me.
I mean, it was a useful fix that worked for someone that was doing, important work with it.
For people who don't know, there was a bug with game capture in OBS that if you had multiple game captures in the same scene at once, and they all tried to capture different things, oftentimes a game capture would show the wrong thing. So if you were, say, running a tournament where your tournament client spawned 8 different windows for each of the players in the tournament, and you wanted 8 different game captures, sometimes the wrong player would show up in the wrong place, or there'd be double ups, or
All 8 would
kinds
show
of-
the same player.
all 8 would show the same if you introduced any kind of delay to it. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
If you intentionally caused lag, it would show all 8 as one.
Sounds
Definitely not by design.
Whereas if you just sort of let it run on its own, it would be very random.
That's actually one thing I found amusing watching the OWL, because I've been watching a couple of previous matches, and I've noticed that there's been a few screw-ups with the overlays that they're using. I don't know whether that's because I don't know how the hell they do their overlays. I'm guess
They're using a variety of techniques.
yeah, and like I don't know whether it was the person behind the screens that are bloody trying to make things do things and make certain players pop up, but some of them have just been hilariously wrong.
Okay, I'm not familiar enough with the broadcast space to know if broadcast is one of those industries where you don't blame people.
I don't know. I would like to know. I think because they're I would say because they're live, they're more likely to blame. But at the same time, Warchamp's probably a better one to ask, really.
I mean, from what I could gather, it could also be a communication thing because, you know, I guess the people controlling everything could be told, yeah, check this thing out, but then the casters could be told something else, so the casters start going on about something, and then what actually appears on screen is different. Then the casters
that's
see
why
it
they
with a
have
slight delay.
That's why the casters have about 3 or 4 screens in front of them, where they can be directed towards multiple things, and then whichever one they actually start talking about, or whichever direction they're looking at, the person in control of choosing which gets shown to the audience has a more educated understanding of what to show.
Yeah,
The
I feel
reason
like
I brought up-
like it's the opposite for the OWL. I feel like the casters see what's on screen and then they speak about that because they don't seem to know.
It feels that way, yes.
Yeah, I don't feel like that they ever know when there's going to be a shift in a player perspective from player to player, or then going into the free cam, or then going into a replay. The casters don't seem to know what's going on. They're just like, blah blah blah. Oh yeah, you know, oh yeah, this is the replay. No, they don't seem to know what's going on.
I just realized we're in the situation where I don't know how much we've been told by Lang is something we can say publicly
No.
about what he does at Blizzard.
Hmm?
I'd say we have no idea.
Oh, this sounds interesting. I want to know now.
Oh no, okay. This is public. Lang is one of 3 people who form up the company support class who does all the overlays for GDQ events, but they also do contract work for Blizzard and does a lot of their broadcast graphics stuff.
Oh, okay.
Not OWL. OWL is done by a different team, but all the
Overwatch World Cup contenders.
So
all
they
that
do
stuff is
everything other than the OWL.
yeah. Their graphic system is powering everything but OWL. And so I was gonna make a comment about I was originally gonna make a comment about possible differences in systems, but then it's just like, actually, is that even information I can say? Because I don't know what is public. I don't know what is just easily inferred.
Well, at least you're taking the safer route instead of possibly getting in trouble about it.
Well, I mean, like, it's public that they work for Blizzard, because if you go to supportclass.net, it says Blizzard.
Yeah, but is it public on what they're using and how they do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
a
it's
yeah. That's
it's more the specific details I'm not
Yeah.
sure on. But anyway, this go the reason I ask about whether things are blameless in broadcast is because you could talk about, is the reason for issues like that because an operator messed up, or is it because the system isn't set up to properly respond to what the cast is or coordinate properly with the casters?
Yeah, that's exactly it. We wouldn't know unless we had an inside track on what was going on and how their system runs.
I don't
Yeah.
have much of an insight on that, to be fair, regardless.
I've got no bloody idea.
Because I mean, it could be like that. Yeah, the casters see 4 screens in front of them, but then the system that they have for switching isn't such that they can respond quickly to what the casters are talking about. Or it could just be a case that they've made a switch preemptively. They were wrong, and they have to commit to it for at least some period of time, because otherwise it'll be an awkward cut if they just only showed it for half a second and then immediately cut to something else.
Mm.
If you're gonna do something a cut like that, it has to be for a very good reason. Yeah, this is something I can say though. I'm gonna be doing helping out volunteering social media for SGDQ this year, next
Ooh.
week.
Which is very exciting.
GDQ's always fun. Like I've never actually caught one of their streams live because I've only really discovered them recently. But
Yeah.
I do like the premise of GDQ. Just watching people speedrun things is great, and also what all the donations and everything go towards is brilliant. I really like the idea of it.
If I'm worried that if I'm going to TwitchCon, I'm worried that it would just turn into, here's all the stuff I've agreed to do with other people, and then spend all the rest of the time at GDQX. Well, if you need me, I'm gonna be at GDQ.
So, Dylan, question for you. We have this library called GLAD, which is an OpenGL loader generator. Should I just label it as an OpenGL loader generator? Because I feel like this heading on this webpage is a little overkill.
A question, and I will start looking at this myself as well. Does GLAD actually get compiled into its own DLL, or does it
Yes.
end up as an object inside, like an executable?
So I can pull up. It is OBS. That's a plugins folder. That's why.
'Cause I don't know
It's in the
if
binary
like-
folder. It shows up as. Damn it! I've lost it. It
me
shows
see
up as
the-
literally obsglad.dll.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
I want that coffee. Coffee.
Trying to figure out what will be a good way to explain it. I mean, yeah, OpenGL loading library, sure.
Hello.
Basically, it's just a way of. It's the whole point. What it does is it just determines what OpenGL capabilities the system has, and provides functions to be able to
Oh boy.
link with them at runtime rather than compile time.
Mm-hmm.
Because doing that stuff at compile time obviously means that you run into issues when you try to run it on other machines, but it's generally what you would normally do for like in progress development stuff. But then if you're going to distribute it to people, it needs to be able to discover where those files are for where the drivers for that stuff is, and what versions of OpenGL for different things are supported. Because OpenGL is a whole disjointed mess between different versions.
Yep. So, next question. What description do we give W32 pthreads?
It's okay, so
Hi, Coffee.
pthreads. pthreads is a Unix piping threads thing. W32 is just a Windows port of its functionality.
Okay, so if I were to Google pthreads, it should.
POSIX thread. So it's I would describe it as a Win32 implementation of POSIX threads. POSIX, all caps.
Yeah, POSIX threads for Windows is what it seems to. That seems to be the general
Yeah, so
PT
the idea
PTT heads.
I just
That's how I
almost
read
spilled
that.
my bloody drink again.
Sorry.
I just almost spilled my drink again.
Oh no.
Don't worry, it's far away from my keyboard this time.
Yeah, so
POSIX threads for
example,
Windows?
Sorry?
Just POSIX threads for Windows?
I mean, sure. Because the whole where it's used is in cases like, are you familiar with mutexes?
Barely.
So
Anyway, I'll PR
so-
this, and then Jim and crew can kind of go, nah, actually, we want to name it this. So I'm not
so
too
the
worried.
the idea of a mutex is basically the idea that it's an object where it's only one thread can take control of it at a time. And then pthreads in OBS, the way that they're used is to be able to lock a mutex to itself so that nothing is executing on that particular object until it's been unlocked. And so that functionality is done with POSIX threads. Because Windows compiler doesn't have it, there has to be a library to do that, and that's what W32 threads is. Sorry, Sonic. I'm
What?
no, I'm at the
Oh.
technic going over. What
Oh no,
the
no,
thing's
no!
doing.
I wasn't groaning about that. Sorry, I actually thought I was muted. To be honest, I was no, I was trying to work out how to bloody find. Damn it! Never mind. I was
LibOBS.
seeing if like. Sorry, go.
LibOBS is just the OBS library, right? Do we call it the OBS library or the OBS Studio library?
I'd call it. See, on one hand, libOBS isn't necessarily unique to OBS Studio because you could port it.
Yeah, that was my
use
thought.
it
So,
as a
OBS library.
backend library.
Maybe.
OBS compositing library. The issue is it does more than that.
Yeah. I think there's a reason it's simply called libOBS, and we should keep it that way.
Yeah. I would.
And then how should I name libOBS D3, D11, and OpenGL? OpenGL implementation of OBS library, or library OBS library for OpenGL?
See, D3, D11 and OpenGL, they're not shim isn't the right word. Like OpenGL wrapper for OBS. That's not.
Yeah, let's go with that. We can always change it later. I love presenter mode for VS Code.
Is that where the keystrokes are showing up?
The keystrokes, the mouse clicks.
Okay, I was just about to question that. I looked over at the stream and I noticed that I could see what you were typing. I was trying to work out whether that was because it kind of sounded similar to what you were saying. So I was trying to work out whether your subtitle thing was having a heart attack or.
No, this isn't.
Wouldn't that be funny?
This isn't YouTube. Not a fault of YouTube, but the caption system in OBS makes the YouTube player have a heart attack.
Yeah. We should do something about
I really
that.
want to know why. I would, because YouTube's player is actually really, really well designed. And
Core audio
has
is capital
very-
C and capital A, right?
Sorry, what?
Core audio.
Something's well designed.
Yeah, it's capital C and capital A.
Oh, with a space
the
too.
YouTube, The YouTube player itself, there's a lot of things around it which is powerful, but the YouTube player itself has a crap ton of engineering going into it, including having incredibly good caption support. The
Mhm.
problem is everything around it sucks because their own built-in caption editor can only do timed text. It can only be like, show this text at this time for this long. That's all their editor does, despite the fact that the player can support things like position, formatting, color. It can do different modes, so like you can make it scroll up like a scrolling thing rather than just being a bunch of text showing at once. It can be word by word painted on each time rather than blocks of text. The player supports all that, but their editor doesn't. And all the programs which can make captions, which the player supports, they're all trash. Classic wrote one line of code, spammed Control S 20 times. That's every programmer ever, though. Tommy K. Tomic.
Yeah.
Tom.
Force of habit.
I do that.
Hi Tom, welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well.
It's
But
evening
what
quiz.
from my thing is write one line of Control S 5 times, look at something else, and be like, okay, I'm done with that. Go back to what I had open. Control S immediately.
Well,
Like, I
so
haven't
here's
changed
the
anything
funny
after
thing
going
though,
back.
right?
Sounds like we're blended, to be honest.
I have VS Code set to autosave the moment I alt tab out,
Do you still hit Control S? when
but
you
I
go back?
still have a habit of Control S'ing all the things.
Because I think what this shows is that we've both been programming for long enough that we've both been burned by not saving.
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of sounds like when I used to dick around in Blender a lot. Like, I'll just control this every 2 seconds. Even if I told the thing to auto save every 5 minutes.
These days, I still get sometimes burnt by it with not code, because code I'm like way too pedantic about it. But if I'm doing any sort of video work, I can often get burnt by not Control S'ing.
Why didn't that render on screen?
Why did what not render on screen?
Notifications. Hold on. Let me open Muxy. There we go. Thanks for the follow, Tom. Welcome to the order.
Blame
Yeah,
DDR.
I think there's a bug with either this version of OBS browser or this implementation of the shared texture stuff that causes the first instance of Muxy specifically to visually not render. Every other source is fine, including the one that's no longer showing up, but was showing up earlier, which is my social links. Yeah, Tommy, my day was good at work, and then I got home, and we wanted to play Overwatch competitive, and things kind of went downhill from there.
TLDR, I'm an idiot. Even though you're not reading, but still. Same concept.
Well, I mean,
Oh yeah, I play Overwatch.
It wasn't you who ruined Forza, though.
No,
it
that
wasn't, but I was the one that ruined the initial plan that we had planned since stream last week.
Yep, basically. That's
So I
how it
take
went.
We're not gonna. So I take it we're not gonna be playing Age of Empires 2 next week.
I would be up for it. I think I have it installed.
Actually, GDQ is an issue though for that.
I've got Age of Empires 2 HD installed. Actually, where do I have it installed?
Also, Tommy, if you're curious, we were playing and then I spilt a drink all over my keyboard. Now my keyboard decided to press random buttons and made the game almost unplayable.
Do you have the Forgotten DLC for the HD edition?
Probably not. I can find out.
Because I don't.
Yes, I do.
This feels... Oh,
Added
okay.
the 17th of June, 2015.
How much is it?
Oh, did my
$20.
bitrate die?
Just casually
Oh,
4
keyboard,
years
no.
ago.
Okay, never mind. Although I have dropped 185 frames. When did that happen?
It does feel a little bit strange for the
Oh, so I haven't actually killed
DLC
this.
for a
Oh, that's fine.
remaster of the game.
Mm-hmm. So,
At the same-
OBS FFmpeg. Should I just label that as FFmpeg module for OBS? Is that a good...
That also it's it has so many purposes though,
Yeah.
because it's simultaneously the way things get decoded. It's simultaneously the muxer in a lot of cases. It's also the media source is included in OBS FFmpeg. Module might be the best word for it.
Yeah, alright.
Like, I feel as though there should be a better word for it.
I mean, I could use the word plugin, but it does a lot more than a
It is
plugin.
plugin. But it is, well, I mean, it is technically a plugin. Also, FFmpeg is technically capital F's, no, everything else lowercase.
Really?
Yep, that's the official way of doing it. And
Oh yeah,
keep doing
2
it.
F's uppercase and then the rest lowercase. You're right.
My keyboard is currently sitting upside down.
Unplugged.
Yes. Hoping that it'll sort itself out and not be broken because I can't afford another $120 to buy a new one.
I was gonna say unplugged and unplussed, but then I realized the word is nonplussed.
No, Tommy, I do not actually have one. We did have one lying around, but in the past 3 weeks or so, we sold it because no one was using it.
Basically, very unlucky.
Yeah, pretty much.
See, I'm not the one. While I'm the kind of person who I'm the kind of person who always will like to have a spare of something if it's possible to have it for like even the most remote of possibilities for something going wrong. Like,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I did have a spare one, but my brother's partner, and my other housemate, was using the one that we sold, but she got annoyed of how loud it was, so she used my old one. And then my brother's like, well, no one likes this keyboard, so we're just going to sell it. And we're all like, yep, nah, fair enough, free money. And then 3 weeks later, yeah, fucking keyboard.
I
So.
need a new keyboard. I've got a crappy.
And also, I believe you said your day had just started, Tommy, so, like, I'm guessing you're on the other side of the planet.
Enjoy your Friday.
Yeah.
My Friday's finished.
Okay, so here's another question for you, Dylan. OBS filters.
It's a collection of filters.
Including
Smartass.
Speaks DSP as a dependency for the
Because-
noise
because one of the-
suppression.
some of the filters are audio,
Yeah.
but it is a collection of filters. It doesn't do much else.
Yeah, so collection
Plugin.
of AV filters? Does it do more than
Yeah, yeah.
Where's it got this guy?
I'd say they're AV filters.
Okay.
So okay, if
Collection of AV filters for OBS.
what tab does this show up in Explorer with as?
In the
Do I need to pull up the
details.
description? Details, okay.
It shows up under file description, which is usually at the top.
File description. Okay, that's what I needed. That's what I needed.
And that's why I've also got this extra column visible so that I can look at how other systems label it. So for example, AV codec is labeled as FFmpeg codec library, or Qt5 core is labeled as C++ application development framework.
Which is such a weird description for Qt because can't it be a bit more specific?
I do like how the product
mean-
name does say Qt5 though, and the product version is specific to the version of Qt you're using.
That being said, you could argue that you don't have to be this specific with
Yeah, and you can see my original ones were just labeled as OBS Studio, but like
okay, but okay, so like if you look at all the FFmpeg
Oh,
ones,
Jesus.
it's like it just says like FFmpeg device handling library, FFmpeg codec library, FFmpeg utility library.
so you're saying I should just have OBS filter library.
Yeah, I'm saying
Or
you could just
filter
be
module.
as straightforward and to the point as that.
Although I do like collection of AV filters for OBS. It's a description.
I guess what it would also be is if you're sorting by file description, it would be all over the place.
True.
Whereas if you're sorting by file
Ooh,
description, it will
Germany.
automatically put all the FFmpeg stuff
Fancy.
together.
I mean, to be fair, you almost never have the file description column. I explicitly enabled it for this purpose.
I mean, true, but it's the principle of the thing.
I know.
I think it's better because even like there's libcurl shared library. Everything seems to follow the format of program, what it is, library or whatever else.
Yeah. Well, for like today's stream, because this was completely unplanned, the idea is just to at least have the lines in there so that I can then do a control F across the whole thing
enough.
and just
Fair.
update them piece by piece.
What do you mean? This is entirely planned. I knew secretly you wanted to do this. That's why I screwed my keyboard.
Possibly permanently.
Well, there's a high cost to play.
Oh god, if it's permanently, I think I might just crawl into a ball and cry.
Why can you not get that keyboard again? Is it like very hard to get it to find keyboard or something?
No, they're quite common. It's just I'm broke and I can't afford to buy a new one.
Ah, that is a fair concern.
I mean, it's only a GA10. They're really not a abnormal keyboard to find. It's
Right.
just, yeah, I'm broke.
Okay, it will probably tell you a lot about the keyboard I have. That the keyboard does the okay. Is your keyboard a Logitech?
Yes.
Okay, it will probably tell you a lot about my keyboard. That instead of starting with a G, it starts with a K.
I mean, I'm going under the assumption that that means that
Tom,
So,
that's just
well,
Their
weird.
way of
Generally-
naming keyboards goes alphabetically and then numerically. So
No,
I guess you've
pretty
got an old
much
ass keyboard.
if it's a Logitech keyboard and it's not a gaming one, it will be a K something.
Oh wait, yeah, that makes sense. G for game.
Most of their mice and gaming keyboards start with G.
That makes sense. G403 and everything like
So the point I was making is that it probably tells you a lot about the kind of keyboard I have.
that.
if it
I mean, the
starts with
only
K.
reason I have a computer is to play games. So
No, but I mean, it's a cheap. Office
that's what you were
keyboard.
meaning.
It's
Okay,
a cheap
I get
office
you now.
keyboard. The K120, and it is spill resistant with quiet typing apparently.
See, that's why I ended up because my old keyboard, I can't remember what kind of keys it had on it, but it was also quite clicky and it bugged me. That's why I ended up actually changing to this one because I don't like loud keys. So this one's quite quiet as well. Unfortunately, I discovered tonight it is also not spill resistant.
If I don't have the problem. Okay, I feel as though I need a slightly louder keyboard purely just so I don't keep hitting my keyboard as hard as I do.
I mean, I can understand that.
Because this keyboard is relatively soft, but I also know that I type really, really loudly because I keep hitting the keys so hard.
Fair enough.
Also, because I need a clicky keyboard for Tetris.
Nope.
Actually, that is a genuinely annoying thing: is not being able to tell if wait, did I just repeat the same press that I had before, or did I actually properly actuate the switch?
Fair
So
enough.
I meant that as a joke, but it's somewhat serious.
I mean, there's a certain level of clickiness you can actually deal with, though.
Mm.
Because, as I was mentioning earlier, we sold an older keyboard.
That's not how you spell encoder.
Yeah,
Question.
we sold a keyboard because it was too loud.
Very quick question. The X264, OBS X264 is just the encoder, right?
Let me check that for you.
Because it has two sources, OBS X264C and OBS X264 plugin main.
What I think is the...
Oh yeah, no, it's just the encoder.
Yeah, it's just the encoder.
Literally the
Plugin main
OBS
is
module
purely
description
just
is
yeah,
OBS
it's
X.
the module root.
Yeah. X264 based encoder. Should I put X264 based or just X264 encoder module?
OBS X264 encoder module or X264 encoder.
Yep, cool.
So, foreign encoder sounds shorter.
Well, I'm just
So-
kind of including the line everywhere. We can figure it out later. So this one is RTMP services.
OBS RTMP services.
Yeah, that one doesn't even need module.
RTMP service library.
Is it a library?
I don't know.
Actually, that's a question. If we pull up...
God damn it.
So
Oh,
Uh,
fuck! Sorry.
Same.
Speaking of Tetris and clicky keyboards, my spacebar on the spacebar on my laptop is like the one thing. I'm not a big fan of the keyboard on the laptop in general. To be fair, I just prefer laptops in general.
Fair.
But the keyboard is kind of crap, and I genuinely can hit the spacebar twice, like in quick succession, and have it feel like I have only really pressed it once, but it will register as two unique presses.
Yep.
And I mean, I want it to register as 2 unique presses because I am trying to hit for it twice, but the point is that because it doesn't have any sort of pressure on it, it feels like it hasn't lifted.
Mm.
Combine that with a game like Puyo Puyo Tetris, where if you try to do 2 spacebar hits for a hard drop in quick succession, it will drop the second one if you do it too quickly.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
I play Tetris fast, and it will drop inputs for me if for a frame or 2 window after a hard drop, it will not accept another hard drop.
Sounds problematic, to be honest.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Yeah.
combine that with a keyboard where it doesn't necessarily feel as if the second hit on a key.
All right, Tom, thanks
is
for hanging out.
actually a
Enjoy breakfast.
distinct hit. It's like, is it the keyboard or did the game just drop it? And I know it's dropping it because if I do it with a different Tetris game where it doesn't drop, everything's fine. But it's that weird combination between it's like bad game design, not the game as a whole is good, but a slight game design issue combined with an awful keyboard, and it's just like I don't know what the problem is here.
Now, D-Show is part of a submodule, right?
What do you mean?
Or is that just libD-Show? I think that's just libD-Show.
libD-Show is a dependency.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I mean Git-wise. Because some of these I will have to, like, OBS Browser, I'll have to commit this stuff separately to the OBS Browser repository, and then get that merged back into master's
I
repo.
need to remember the name of it, but there is libD-Show capture is an entirely separate dependency which OBS D-Show was using.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that shows up in the build or not. So let me check.
If not exists, OBS current source directory libD-Show capture dshowcapture.hpp. Message libD-Show capture submodule not found. Please fetch submodules when D-Show plugin disabled. There are 2 spaces between each thing.
I wonder who wrote it.
I can tell you exactly who wrote it and when.
Yeah, we both
Jim,
know.
3 years ago, December 20th, 2016 at 10:07 p.m.
Or at least that
Come
would've
on
been
now, that was only
maybe.
2.5 years.
Yeah,
The
its
point is, if there's
estimates
double
are a bit...
spaces, we immediately know who wrote it.
Yeah. If it's a double space, it was probably almost definitely Jim.
Not almost. It's Jim.
Or is that just a thing he does?
Yeah.
You know how when, as a child, you were taught 2 fingers between each after a dot? Yeah. Basically that. As an adult.
I don't actually recall being taught that.
I don't recall being taught that.
Really?
I went to a public school, so...
Did you go to a private school, Matt?
I did.
See?
Okay.
See? I called it straight away.
Tim, back me up on this one.
See, we don't get these kind of like, you know,
Useful life tips.
yeah, exactly. No,
I mean,
used to always get
the
like,
tip
3
only worked as a child because your fingers were so damn small.
Sure.
True. But still, like,
Tim,
I've
you're
never
backing me up on putting a 2-finger space after a period at the end of a sentence. Might have been 1 finger. I don't know.
I don't know. I used to always get Yeah.
Damn it, Tim!
See, Tim. Thank you, Tim.
I almost want to Google it, but I don't care enough.
You do. Don't lie to yourself. You
As
do.
I said, I went to a public school. They don't care.
I
Honestly,
went
I
to a
used to
public
get in
school.
trouble because from years, like during primary school, apparently we had to write in cursive. And
I had to learn how to write in cursive, but that
yeah,
was it.
exactly. Like
Oh,
we
I
were
have a
taught
great
write-
story about that in primary school.
Like we had to write in cursive. We were taught to write in cursive. However, I write very small to keep my writing neat because my writing is atrocious. I bring that back to apparently by birth and naturally I'm left-handed, but my mother, due to her background, pretty much trained me to be right-handed. So I blame that as if to why my writing is so bad. So I write very small. It helps me keep it neat. And writing cursive and small does not match. All it looks like is just a squiggle.
I have awful handwriting, despite the fact that in primary school, I was usually one of the first ones finished whenever we had to do handwriting exercises.
Just because you're fast doesn't mean it's neat.
No. Like, if it wasn't good enough, the teacher would tell us to do a row of whatever the last thing we did was again.
Fair
So
enough.
it had to be neat.
Fair enough.
And so I'm saying, in primary school, I could do that fine, but as an adult, I have to put in a serious level of focus to have any sort of good handwriting.
Bro, I feel that on a spiritual level. So, Wiz, what is this story about cursive handwriting? I'm curious now since you mentioned it.
I'll explain it as soon as I've read what the big wall of text Tim just posted in chat.
Oh, figures.
Oh, yeah. Correct, Tim. That's exactly where it comes from. For the same reason that the QWERTY keyboard is designed so that the buttons that you'll use one after the other are as spread out as possible, so that you wouldn't jam the typewriter.
Oh, is that why QWERTY keyboards are the way they are?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people mistakenly think it was to slow people down in order to prevent the jamming, but I'm pretty sure it was just spacing them apart.
Yeah, it was just spacing them apart.
Oh, fair enough. Like, I've tried to, I believe the PlayStation dashboard uses, like, the PlayStation system uses, like, a whatever the hell not QWERTY is, just like,
Dvorak?
I'm guessing that's alphabetical, like, it's literally A to Z in order.
Oh, no.
No, it's literally like A, B, C, D, blah, blah, blah on the top line, and then it literally just goes in alphabetical order for the 3 lines. It's so difficult to use considering everything is QWERTY. Like, trying to use one of those keyboards is extremely difficult.
Just, you'd have a harder time with Dvorak, 'cause at least with A, B, C, D,
What
E,
Dvorak?
you can immediately tell the pattern.
Dvorak. I don't know how to. I don't know how to.
DVORK. Hang on. DVORAK.
What the
AK.
hell is that?
A faster way to type, apparently.
But what? Only not even the top line's the same. Whoa, that is really
Basically, only M.
No, M is replaced where M is where N usually is.
No, it's not.
Isn't it? Have I got my M's and N's mixed around on my... I gotta... Leave me alone, okay? I don't often pull apart and put together keyboard. Yeah, actually, my M's and my M and N on my keyboard is round the wrong way. Oh god, I'm a mess. I actually have to double check this. Is that actually? Oh wait, my keyboard's upside down. I don't want to move it. I'll let you know in a future time.
My name would be a pain in the ass to type on the Dvorak keyboard. Just saying.
Where the fuck is he?
Most things would be.
That's really. What kind of like? Who would use that kind of keyboard?
Nerds.
So Wiz. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
I mean, have you ever considered it, Matt?
Momentarily, and then I.
Okay, well that's enough.
Well, like efficiency's nice, you know.
Yeah, you're. Yep. Wait.
And it'd be a fun experiment. Anyway,
Basically, the people who use Dvorak are the people who are like Matt, but they follow through.
so my cursive primary school story.
Yes.
Did you guys have a pen license?
What?
What?
No. Okay, so fantastic concept. Basically, you had to use pencil unless you did a certain. I don't remember what it was specifically. You either had to write really well, or you had to practice with a pen first, and then you would get a pen license, which was basically a card saying that you're allowed to use a pen. It was great. But here's the funny part, because that's not even the funny part. To get the pen license, you had to write in cursive. That was basically the rule, right? You had to show that you could write well in cursive. And I could not write well in cursive. So for about 3 weeks, I think it was about 3 weeks, I wrote in cursive, and it was really bad. And then for like 3 days, I stopped writing in cursive, and then immediately got my pen license.
Oh, bloody hell.
Which means my cursive was so bad that the teacher went, actually,
Just don't write
After
in
a couple
cursive, then
days
we'll
of
give you a
not
pen
cursive.
license.
yeah, just went, screw it, here's the pen license. You don't have to try anymore.
What even is the point of cursive nowadays?
There isn't a point. It's
Yeah, I always
it's old
found
people
cursive
thinking it's a better,
formal.
nicer way of writing.
It's a more formal way of writing, if you ask me.
Yeah, but still.
Like,
But we're all on computers now,
yeah,
where
but
formality is based
guess-
on tone.
Yes,
I
but back
guess-
then,
you know,
my
but
school
like-
had one computer per classroom, and that
Like, I
even
was
that
gonna
was a
say-
stretch.
I was gonna say when we were growing up through primary school and everything, computers weren't really a big thing.
No, I'm saying
Like-
now, though, is what I mean.
Yeah, now, but we're not talking about right now. We're talking about,
Yeah,
12
right
years
now.
ago. Actually, not even 12
Tim,
years
I purposefully don't
to be
because I know
honest.
how bad my cursive is.
Right. No.
I've tried it. It's still bad. I'm not going to use it. Okay, I think I'll just label this as OBS or WASAPI module. WAS API. Because I don't think it needs to say the OBS Windows Audio Session API module. I think that's overkill.
And I actually agree with what Tim said. Bloody, like I write in whatever not cursive is. I don't actually know the name of it. Like just standard.
It's your personal
printing.
font.
Like yeah, standard print writing or whatever. But there are some letters that can join that I will write as cursive, like I to E and pretty much E going into anything else. I will conjoin.
Can we all just agree that signatures are hard?
Bro, my signature is literally just like a cross that's been squiggled.
My signature's awesome, thank you very much.
My signature is me trying to write my first name and my first the first letter of my last name, trying to write it in cursive and failing. That's my signature.
I think I tried that. My signature initially started with the first letter of my first name, then my last name, and then I went with my initials, and now it's literally just a squiggle. Like
The problem is my signature is so bad that it is a genuine worry that no one will think of it actually it is slightly a worry in
Tim.
the back of my head that people will think that I'm faking.
How did that work
crappy
out for you?
signature, like it's that bad. Like no one
Bro,
would possibly have that. Crap of
No,
signature.
seriously, that's exactly how I think because I can't get any form of consistency of how my signature looks. Like it's never the same. Like I did.
Yes, that is basically the biggest problem with signatures.
Yeah, like at the moment we use Star Trek to ship a lot of our stock at work, but our computer system broke, so I can't print out labels. So I have to write out con notes manually, and I had to write out.
Welcome
like,
to the
9
past.
I had to write out like nine or something con notes today, and every single one of them, I went through and looked at them when, at the end of the day when they were all signed and I was matching them all up, that every single one of my signatures looked different, and I'm like, how can I go to a bank or something and sign something and them not go, nah, this is forged, you're not actually this person.
that
They don't actually care.
so,
There is an artistry to my signature, and I'm really happy with how clever mine is.
Oh, I see. I did see that you had an iPad and a stylus, or like some form
My-
of pad.
It's
you
it's my laptop.
wait, what? It. Oh, you got a foldy one. Fancy.
Actually, it pops out.
I mean, admittedly, like a laptop is folding by design, but still, you know what I mean.
Anyway, so I can't actually find the thing to modify the thickness of this brush. Oh no, actually, there it is. So, green on black. This will make it easy. And actually, I'm doing this upside down so I can flip it later, but
Your IT teacher told you you're using too much internet. What else are you meant to be doing in IT?
do you see how clever this is?
Bro, yours looks fancy.
oh, I love it.
Look at it, man. It's all fancy and like, and the way you write it looks so fluent. Like,
Read it out loud.
I understand it. It's Matt because it's M and at.
Yeah.
honestly, I see M and a
That's why.
butt.
Wow. But like,
I have a childish mind. Leave me alone.
usually it turns out more like this.
See, now Dylan sees it.
Or,
I mean, even then, that actually
That's
looks
like
like a
me.
legit signature.
well, it is a legit signature, thank you very
No.
much.
You know what I mean, Wiz. Jesus. Like, when you think signature, you think of this nice little neat fancy looking thing. Like, that's what yours comes out like.
If I go really lazy, I can do this, basically. The one on the left. This one.
Fair enough.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Hey, so now we can forge Wiz's signature.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I know for a fact that I can draw more consistent and better triple clefs than I can my own signature. And so I just had the thought, what if I just made my signature a triple clef?
There was one thing I read ages back that some guy in his signature, he drew a penis. You know those stupid little things that you used to draw in high school as a penis? Like,
Mhm.
someone at the end of their signature actually incorporated that into it.
Mhm.
So
Sounds
just
like
think
fun.
about that. Like, changing your signature is not an easy thing to do. At least I don't think it is. I don't know. Like, mine's changed gradually over many years, so I don't think anyone's actually noticed that my signature has changed significantly if you see from what it's like when I first started signing things.
So,
So you
very
know-
quick question,
you know-
Dylan, before we continue this conversation. Yeah. The DeckLink output UI module has a typo in it that either Dylan or DDR Boxman found. Jim found, I think, actually. Should I
didn't
include...
find anything.
Yeah, no, it was Jim. Should I incorporate that typo into the module description?
No.
Why not?
No.
Because they can't change it. Because then there'll be two DLLs that do the same thing. one being outdated.
No.
Damn.
I
Okay.
was just hoping.
Why did I add an extra line on the winner map?
No, but I was gonna. I forgot what I was gonna say now. What were we talking about?
I don't know. Somehow
Signatures.
we got on. Yeah, somehow we
know.
got into the conversation of signatures. I don't even know how the hell we even got here.
Cursive
It had
to
do with
signatures.
signatures.
Oh yeah.
But, oh yeah, I was gonna say that there's a reason why. You know how you're supposed to. There's a bunch of things which you're supposed to have on you that you're signed, like card, like um debit cards or passports and
Yeah.
stuff like that. None of my stuff which are like that is ever signed.
Oh really?
Yeah, same.
Nah, I've.
Just so that, with the hope that when I do eventually figure out what my signature is properly, that I'll just be able to go through and do it then.
I mean, that's pretty solid logic to me. Unfortunately, I need to make sure my stuff's done because having a forklift license, if I'm on a forklift and someone of a particular division like health and safety come in and I don't actually have and I'm not able to go and get my high risk work license and present that to them, I can actually lose my license. That also means it needs to be signed, so
Okay. I just
How
hope that your
unfortunate for you.
operating of forklifts isn't the same as how you play Overwatch.
see, this is the thing. I can pour stuff on forklifts and it doesn't break.
Do you drink on the job is what he's asking.
I wish I could.
I was more of thinking about getting angry at stuff.
No, true.
Oh no, I get angry. I have a very short temper. Like I lose my
No.
No, like no, not even at like okay, getting angry at games is one thing,
Yeah, no, I know.
but
I'm not
I
being
get
entirely
angry at the
serious.
smallest things. Like I was doing at the moment, I've got to cycle count my entire warehouse. So pretty much I've got to do, yeah, like if you, for those who don't know what a cycle count is, pretty much I've got to do a stock take on specific locations, not the whole place as a whole. And I was doing one, and something irritated me. I can't remember what it was. I think I dropped something because I was counting cages. I've got to tip all the product out of the cages, then count it. So pretty much I just throw it all back in and count it. And I threw something in, and it missed the cage and bounced off. I got pissed off, so I grabbed it. And I just pegged it, just across the warehouse. Like I've got the shortest temper, and I really need to do something about it.
No kidding. According to Bo, I wouldn't say it's a bragging thing. It's more of a he knows it's an issue. But welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. I like
I
how
know it-
some of these components for OBS have like plugin or module declarations that specify a description, and then others just don't.
Also, I feel like Boo's attacking me, and I'm not too sure how I feel about that.
Well, one doesn't normally brag about their short temper.
I'm not bragging about it. I'm acknowledging a problem that I have.
Yeah, that's basically what I said.
Nah, okay. Fair enough.
There's a difference between bragging and finding humor in one's own fault.
Yeah,
True.
that's it.
Alright, so I've added descriptions to all of these. I'll probably tweak them more later, but I want to make sure this actually builds now. I need to close this first. Oh, also, I've had this weird behavior where, so, see this, this display capture that I've got here? Occasionally, the contents of the display capture get rendered here, even though the outlines are still in the original spot. And I thought maybe it was just a weird issue that I was getting with this particular scene collection, but my main OBS setup that I use for this stream, the text source I use for the starting countdown was offset to the right. And when it finishes, it also changes size so that it's small instead of the font size retaining its thing. So I think there's something going on that's really dodgy in OBS, and I'm worried.
Please, OBS is anything but dodgy.
See, but I don't feel like
Fair
that
enough,
I
Bo.
randomly. Well, I don't feel like I randomly brought it up. I feel like it was part of the.
It was part of the conversation. Bo, you might have just joined on the butt of that conversation.
Yeah.
That's alright.
I.
There was a small connection between the previous topic and that one.
Pretty much, Dylan mentioned.
Oh, actually, I'm
Overwatch
rebuilding it.
and
I'd have
how
to
I
rebuild
get
everything
annoyed
for
at
this.
that. And if you ever catch an Overwatch stream within length that I'm here, you will understand. Ow.
Is my typing being above the voice threshold?
I have not heard a single keystroke.
Really?
Same.
Personally.
Wow, I must have set my voice threshold just right because I've been playing Tetris this entire time.
Well, your threshold used to be at a point where you'd occasionally cut out. I haven't heard that either. So,
Yeah, okay.
Honestly, I just let Discord do the auto threshold thing.
I don't trust it.
I'm too lazy to make any alterations myself, and Wiz hasn't complained about it yet.
yeah, but you're on a gaming headset, and those tend to filter out most background noise anyway.
True.
Whereas I'm on not quite a condenser, but it's not done it. A mic of some sort which isn't particularly good at filtering out background noise.
Oh, neither is
Yeah.
this one. This one will pick up everything, and including my parents halfway across the house. Like, it's
Yeah.
sensitive.
Yeah, but that's why you've got all those filters running through Audition. Unless you've started using something different, but from okay, yeah, you still use
Yeah.
Audition. So that's the thing.
Yeah.
I do have a mic, and I used to run it through Audition, but I could never get it to a point where it was comfortable because it used to always pick up way too much. And honestly, it just annoyed me too much, so I stopped using it.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I would like
My
to keep
audio
doing.
is going through filters, but I'm a bit quiet now, so it's not entirely the most noticeable thing.
Fair enough. Yeah, like I would like to keep using it because the quality of it's a lot better. I'm too lazy to do the research and do the messing around that I need to get it to run comfortably and to be decent.
Hmm.
Okay, now that I'm listening out to it, I can slightly hear it.
I am a bit louder right now
Ah, okay, that might be it too then.
because I'm going a little bit faster.
You going at it?
He's trying harder. Now, the OBS image source is both the image source and the slideshow source, isn't it?
Yep.
Should I just label it as OBS image source, or should I include the fact that it contains the slideshow?
I'll just say image source.
Because imagine being someone who needs to replace the slideshow source with the outdated one, knowing at a glance
Remind me how many people have the file description column again?
True, true. Okay.
I'd like to think I made a compelling argument.
The same argument I made to you 15 minutes ago. We're a team.
Well, what can I say? It was a compelling argument.
Okay, so I'm reordering these descriptions to have OBS first so that they're easier to sort. And honestly, it improves readability for most of them. OBS filters, though. Should I just change it from collection to OBS AV filters?
Yep.
Cool. What? No, there.
So are either one of you more experienced than the other in what you're doing, or are you just bouncing back and forth to, you know, just as a...
All of these things.
Okay.
Basically, honestly, this is the first time I'm really digging into adding descriptions to files in this way. I did
Okay.
originally play with it and got a very bare bones basic version of it. This one's slightly more complicated because I'm basically grabbing one source file as a template and then just applying it to many files at once.
Yeah, and this is stuff that I don't know because I haven't looked into CMake descriptions.
Yet,
Anyways.
however, the project overall, Dylan is much more experienced in almost every other aspect.
Okay, then, so that's why you've been asking so many questions towards what you're doing, and...
Well, it's also to get a second opinion on someone who knows the project well enough and knows how it's used and the audience that it's kind of aimed towards.
Alright then. Yeah, I kind of figured it was something like that.
Yeah.
Personally, I was just curious, so I figured I'd ask the question.
How about VLC? Should it just be called OBS VLC? Or...
VLC plugin, because it... VLC
Yeah.
source?
Yeah, OBS VLC source sounds good to me. OBS Direct Show module. Sure.
I mean, we have to be somewhat compromising on the descriptions, because, like, who actually... Other than us, who knows what Direct Show actually is?
True. Okay, so I also put down the assumption that we would need the registered and the trademark for the OBS RealSense, well, Intel RealSense
You mean
plugin.
the R logo? The symbol?
Well, I just copied it from elsewhere where it's used.
RealSense is TM, though.
Yeah. Intel is our RealSense is TM.
Jesus Christ.
I copied it from somewhere else in the code base. OBS Windows Media Foundation.
Wait, why is
encoder.
not the symbol? It's the... It looks like R in brackets, not the symbol.
Correct. It is in brackets. I don't know how well CMake handles those symbols. And I assume that's why we don't use them in other places.
Mm. I mean, you have to remember that C as a language is tolerant to the point where you can use Unicode as symbols in your code.
True.
I want to associate the number 5 with the variable crying face.
Oh, actually, speaking of weird associations, I was watching a video yesterday on a guy who got X keys working with OBS.
You are
where,
right. That is a weird association.
where he got F13 to F24, right? However, what I did notice is that if you use F1 to F12, in the OBS hotkeys screen, it'll show up as just F1 or F12. But if you use anything higher, F13 and so on, it shows up as OBS underscore key underscore F13.
There's no translation for it.
Well, that's what I thought.
There's no.
And
It's not in the locale, I should say.
And so I looked in the locale, and it doesn't mention any of the other existing F keys. So I don't know where it would be pulling the translation from.
Where did you look for the locale?
I did a Control F across the whole code base.
Okay, so it wasn't just. Okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't just that you were looking in the one locale file and.
No, there are too many locale files.
Yeah. Because the locale files are separate for each plugin.
Yeah. Because, for example, the OBS Coco one, which I think is Mac OS, that
Yep.
one looks to have
Coco
translations
is
of some
Mac.
kind, or at least mappings. But I don't see like a locale file that contains them. So it's really
Can we
weird.
look at that?
If you've got time, I just
I'm
found it
playing
weird.
Tetris right now.
Yeah, I mean later.
I think I have time.
But if you're in the middle of a match, well.
I'm playing 40 lines race, so like it takes a minute and 10 seconds at most to get through 40 lines. I can afford to stop a game.
Fair enough.
So try and find where F12 would be find. Probably it's looking will probably be in the UI. Locale. ENUS. Nope.
Oh, hey, it's Warden.
Oh, hi, Warden. Happy Friday. Hope your week went well.
Which means if time is a thing, Panda will be along soon.
Well, I mean, last time Panda was
I mean,
only
if
here
it's-
because she woke up so early. Hang on.
Yeah, I know.
Will Panda be up at 7? Who knows?
Okay, now I have to figure out.
Beats me. If she is, she's insane. Hey, go on.
Oh, that is not what that's supposed to say. OpenGL library OpenGL OBS library OpenGL wrapper. Nope, that needs a space. That's why that looked weird. Woo! Depends on how late she was playing Overwatch last night.
OBS hotkey get description. No, that's not the one I'm looking for.
I kind of feel like I need to change my Discord name to my actual name.
Why? Because everyone else on my server has done it.
Yeah, well, at bare minimum, everyone in this call is doing it.
Nah, you don't have to.
But that would also mean revealing my actual name to people.
You have a name?
Although I would like to do that just to listen to people try and pronounce it. Because no one can do it. No, that's actually a lie. It's just most people get it wrong.
Most people get my last name wrong, so.
Bro, I got no idea how to pronounce your last name, to be honest.
You and the rest of the world.
Matt, I want you to never tell me how to say your last name.
Okay.
Actually, let me bring up Facebook real quick. Just like
According to Bo says he has an exotic name like Sebastian.
Sebastian.
Tim says it's Onic.
So that means
No, mine name's fine, but my dad's name, like, he doesn't go by the name that is on his passport, because no one would say
I just God damn it. I just went to go type Wiz's last name into Google just to see how to pronounce it. I realized my keyboard doesn't work. God damn it.
So, Warden, when you were here a week ago, we were like, "Hey, we'll play some Overwatch competitive next week. We'll do our placements." Sonic managed to spill liquids on his keyboard
Josh.
within the first 20 minutes, and so that didn't work out. So I was like, "Hey, how about Forza?" Forza crashes on my computer when I launch it, which wasn't happening last night. So we gave up on that. So here we are writing C++. Well, actually, no, I'm not writing C++. I lied. I'm modifying CMake files to generate DLL file descriptions.
To be precise, I spilt an alcoholic beverage on my keyboard, and no, it is not an inexpensive keyboard. This is why it's hurting my soul, and I hope that it works after I've let it sit and try and dry out.
Yeah, Tim, were you here when I was trying to launch it? Like, I don't know why. It worked fine last night. Cortana, I didn't say your name. None of that was the word Cortana, thank you very much.
Cortana doesn't care.
Anyway, I played last night until 12:30, because I was checking to see if it works, and it did work. Then I wanted to play a moment ago, and it didn't launch. It goes through the main menu, and then I click Start. It goes through, starting to show a loading screen, plays a bit of audio, pauses the audio, plays a bit of audio, and then dies.
Johnny.
Incorrect.
Now I know how to. Okay, thank goodness.
Google lied to me then.
Well, it's using the Australian pronunciation, which is wrong. I don't know, Tim. It
that's
is
right.
an insider build, and I think it's
I
that.
don't know how to
well.
say his last name
I have
properly.
no idea.
Part of me likes the idea that of always getting it wrong.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go insane.
No, but
I
part
went
of
to
the
go-
issue is the reason why people in New Zealand can't say my dad's name is because it requires you to go "h."
Fair enough. I just went to go change my nickname for shits and gigs, and I realized that I can't.
Why not?
You're gonna have to
This
get
not
Matt to do
having
that
a
for you.
keyboard thing is horrible. Now I've got to find
Oh.
a place where my name is typed, so I
But-
could just copy it. There's one.
There is a thing called the on-screen keyboard.
I don't know how to access that.
Oh, you would need to
Okay.
type on-screen keyboard into the.
Oh yeah, that's helpful.
I think it's under
I
a.
don't know where to find
I'm
it.
on top.
Yeah, I think it's
Go me.
Windows Utilities.
I thought it would
Under-
be in accessories, but it's not.
Windows accessories.
Ease of access.
Math input panel.
You go start menu, you scroll down to Windows Ease of Access, and then there's one called on-screen keyboard.
Windows. Ah, there you go.
What was it? Windows Ease of Access.
Oh, okay, I see your name, and I know for a fact if I tried to say it now, I'll probably say it wrong the first time.
Literally sound it out.
Darian.
Exactly.
So is that right?
Yes. It's really
You
not
said
difficult.
no one gets it right on the first try.
I'm not lying. No one does get it right. Everyone calls me Darren or like just dumb shit.
Okay, okay.
Like
Okay. My name. It's my name's simple. You've seen it.
Welcome, Savage Juice.
Everyone misspells it.
Savage Deuce.
Adding an extra
Probably
I.
Savage Deuce, I'd assume.
Wait, really?
Welcome to the stream.
Everyone
Hope your day's
spells
going
the
well.
name Dillian on the
Happy
first
Friday.
I mean, admittedly, if I heard you say it, I probably
Settings
just
easy. No, it's not easy.
I mean, if I heard the name Dylan, I'd probably just type a DYLAN.
No,
Because
but
that's how I know it's spelled.
No, even people who see my name written out, like this is a thing that happens in text chats as well. People can see my name written out. I can say, no, it's not DY, it's DI. People will still spell DILLION.
How?
I hope Mixer doesn't still say I'm playing Overwatch
Um,
or Forza, because
can
both of those are wrong.
Can someone type Soniction in a chat somewhere so I can copy it and change my nickname back?
Phonixian.
Sonic SION. God, this not having a keyboard thing.
Let's see how long it takes him to realize I already changed it for him.
Ah, there we go. Thank you very much, Dylan. Wait, what? Oh. I forgot the Wiz like owns this server, so he can do whatever the hell he wants. You know what's funny? I was actually thinking.
Excellent,
of
Savage.
changing,
Thanks for confirming.
What is it? I was thinking of changing my Facebook name to my actual name, not what I have on Facebook at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I broke my keyboard. I'm good at
There
this.
goes that plan.
Matt.
You're going to be on quite the struggle bus all weekend, I think.
If my keyboard doesn't fix itself, I think I'm gonna go insane because I was planning on playing games or doing random stuff all weekend. And if I can't do that, I'm gonna be really upset.
Let me just check just to confirm. Yeah, Matt. Each platform has a function which is OBS key to string or key to string. And it uses, and at least in the case of Windows, it's using a Windows function to get the translation.
And then falls back to the internal OBS one if it doesn't exist. Okay.
So if it comes back with a 0 as the result, then it will just use the regular text of the OBS key.
Okay. Interesting. I wonder
So
if it'd be
the
worth...
fault is that Windows can't translate F13 to F24.
Yeah. It's weird that it can't.
Because while it will happily accept the keys because backwards compatibility, no one except for insane hacks people ever actually need them.
Yeah.
Because most times if you have a macro key, it will, generally speaking, be mapped to some other key by default anyway. I wish I could be better about macros.
Oh, me too.
But the thing is, I think what happens is I've gotten too much burnt or been too annoyed by things happening automatically for me. Just in general, that I don't like the idea of spending a lot of time to make things automatic.
There we go.
Like the
All right,
number
Tim.
of times
See
that
ya.
I have
Good
to
night.
do. All right, Tim.
Thanks for hanging out.
The number of time the number of times I have to compete with any IDE I'm writing in for how to close brackets or strings properly. Uh, no, I did mean to put an actual bracket key here. I did not mean to close this thing here yet. Stop putting stuff. Stop adding stuff. No IDE. And that's why I still use Notepad++.
Okay, I would call this a
Doesn't
success.
do that. Oh, hey. That looks nice, actually.
Yeah. I might lowercase output module.
Notepad++ still has syntax highlighting, but it doesn't keep doing annoying autocompletes. Although it will try to do suggestions for text when you're writing it. And oftentimes it can be annoying to exit out of that because it's like, oh, I want to change a lot of variable names in a row, but you hit the down key and it will go into the suggestions. Basically, automatic sucks.
Mhm.
Pretty much everything.
Yep. This is true. Alright, I don't think there's anything else I can do here.
Do you
If I
have
were to
anything
sort
else
these
you
by
need to
app
do?
extension, the only ones that don't have them are
Browser source, but that's
browser,
usually,
shader filter, which is not part of OBS, trackout, which is not currently part of OBS, OBS VST, which is a submodule, and the wind capture stuff, which I'm not going to touch. Cool.
Was that all you had lined up for doing this weekend?
Primarily, yeah. There are other things. I mean, I could do the same for OBS browser, because especially if I were to load up Task Manager here and pull up this, you'll notice that these are just labeled OBS browser page.exe. What I could do is something similar to, let me grab something that actually...
This has been an ongoing thing where we keep bringing up that should probably not be the case.
Yeah.
And how it's annoying that Edge will happily show the actual tab for each process, but we can't.
Actually, here's a question.
What happens with Chromium Edge?
Let's find out. But I will... Oh, it's already running 77.
While I will be glad if Chromium Edge is a significantly better performing browser in certain cases, while I'll be glad if that is the case, I am in general annoyed that they've moved to Chromium.
Agreed. Okay, so this is interesting. It bugged out on me. Yeah, it's no longer refreshing the list. Yeah, the extra processes don't have special names to them. It's only the main window. So they're no longer using the same internal trick. Or they don't use the internal trick yet. Which is both interesting and a bummer. Did I lose audio, by the way?
No, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Because you were lighting up and I was like... Yeah.
I mean, I'm playing Tetris again.
Yeah. So they're not doing that trick. But that... I don't like that. I wish there was a way.
Okay, how is Chromium Edge?
Yeah, it's good. It doesn't have... So if I were to pull up... where is it? Sync. Currently, it only synchronizes favorites, I think. Might not even do that. So it's kind of useless on multiple devices.
Right.
So I use it on my laptop, but I don't use it on here. I specifically have Chrome for YouTube and Twitch, and then Firefox for everything else.
So on Chromium Edge, Does it
Mhm.
have web MIDI support?
Good question. Is there a way I can test this? I'm quite sure it does, though.
Just search web MIDI test.
I'm like 99% sure it does.
If it does, that's interesting, and I'll say why.
Is this good enough, or do I need another page?
It did initialize it though. Okay. So what this means is Google has the ability to determine what Microsoft implements in their browser. That's what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Because Web MIDI is not accepted as a standard yet. It is a proposed standard put in place by Google. That
Well, to be
Firefox
fair,
to be fair,
it might be using the Windows Runtime MIDI API for Web MIDI,
possibly.
which
But
is
I
a experiment that is available in Edge flags and is configured for default, which probably means enabled.
Yeah, but that's also in Chrome.
Then yeah, I mean, they're most likely just using, because keep in mind this is the Canary version of Chromium with a new badge on it.
Okay. Now the other thing then is, does it have web USB support? Because if that's the case, then that's actually kind of terrifying. Because do you know about web USB?
I remember some level of concern about it. Is there a way I can test this?
I don't know, but web USB is how it sounds. The ability for a website to connect with USB devices,
How's this?
which is kind of terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, and I'm pretty sure there was security holes found in Chrome's implementation. The point is, the way Google tries to make their things standard is they'll propose a standard and then implement it into Chrome before anyone's agreed on it.
Yep. And this is the biggest reason why I hated the idea of Microsoft using Chromium in the first place.
I said this when they announced this change. Like that's bad idea to give
Mm-hmm.
to give Google that control to be able to force through their sense. Because the issue is there, even with Web MIDI, although significantly less so than Web USB, but even with that, there are security concerns when you open up access to a device from the browser. But
Yeah.
Google has that standard they've put through the API, and they've pushed that into Chrome so that applications that want to use those things can write them for Chrome and then direct people to Chrome. That puts pressure on other browsers to try and implement the standard, or it just means that they get less share because people are moving to Chrome. And then people are
Plucky
having
Rook,
even-
welcome to the stream.
and
Hope
then
your day's going
if
well.
they do implement it, it might be
How you doing?
with security concerns
Happy Friday.
considered, and especially in the case of Chrome itself, it can result in big security holes just because they want to push something through. And now Microsoft is in a position where anything that gets pushed upstream, which is still primarily controlled by Google, goes out to
That's good.
every Windows 10 device.
Yeah, and that's one thing I'm really worried about as well. For example, like on that front, the what is it, the
Are you
Manifest
still there,
version
Sonic?
3
You were
stuff?
quiet. Sonic went quiet.
Yeah, sorry about that. I went out for a cigarette and I was talking to my housemate, so I took my headset off. So I have no idea what happened in the last 7 minutes.
That's
I was
okay.
just wondering
Nothing
where you-
interesting happened.
Oh look, and now I'm getting a phone call from my brother, so I'm gonna go out for a bit.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Matt.
So did you hear about the controversy about the new web manifest stuff Chrome are going to implement?
Is that the thing which people are getting annoyed at because of ad blocking stuff?
Yep, it will disable all third-party ad blocks, essentially.
Or, well, it won't. It will require them to use the whole point of it was requiring a different API for it, which is much more limited.
Much more limited, and doesn't block the request before it happens, only after it happens.
Yeah, and also the fact that okay, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt.
I learned not to give Google the benefit of the doubt 10 years ago.
I mean, fair, but at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is still pushed through by engineers.
Let me show you on stream why I do not trust why I do not trust Google. Okay, so most recent issue began. So this was in 2013. This post. Let me just move this over a bit. When Microsoft alleged that Google was preventing it from offering consumers a fully featured YouTube app for the Windows Phone. At the time, Microsoft shipped a YouTube app for the Windows Phone that simply redirected users to the mobile version of the service. Microsoft wanted more. Earlier this year, the company voiced similar concerns, but in May decided to do something about it, releasing a full YouTube app for Windows Phone with functionality that rivaled the official apps on Android and iOS. So Microsoft made their own YouTube app using the YouTube API to recreate what a YouTube app would be on the platform if Google had made it. Slight problem though, Microsoft reverse engineered Google's YouTube APIs and created an app that lacked ads and allowed users to download videos for offline viewing. Google wasn't happy with it. It specifically cited the ability to download video, the lack of ads, and playback of restricted video, and requested that Microsoft remove the app by May 22nd. Microsoft responded, noting that it was more than happy to include advertising, but that it needed access to the necessary APIs to do so. Instead of pulling the application like Google requested, Microsoft pushed out an update on the very day Google demanded it be removed, nixing the download option but not addressing the lack of ads. Days later, the pair released a joint statement promising an updated YouTube app with ads and compliance with the YouTube's API terms of service. From the outside, the public statement made it look like the pair were working together. Over the past 2 months, Microsoft and Google bickered over one central issue, HTML5. The Verge has learned that Google is forcing Microsoft to build its YouTube Windows Phone app in HTML5, despite its own Android and iOS versions using superior native code. Although Microsoft has offered to build ad support along with making other tweaks Google has requested, a full HTML5 app isn't currently possible on the platform. Microsoft calls Google's request for an HTML5 app odd, but the reasoning is unclear, as Google has declined to comment. In a statement, the company says, "We value our broader dev community and therefore ask everyone to adhere to the same guidelines. These guidelines are designed to promote the public HTML5 API, but if the APIs are sufficient, then why aren't more developers using them on iOS? I use an undocumented API as the HTML5 API is having some drawbacks," and so on and so forth. We also understand that Google wanted full approval rights on the YouTube app, a reasonable request. Instead of waiting for Google's approval, Microsoft sent Google an updated app with ad support and immediately published the new app to the store. Poking the bear once again, Google responded by revoking an essential API key that Microsoft was using, blocking access to YouTube from the app. And so after that, we ended up with no app. It was just a web wrapper once again. And that was just the first of many fights that happened throughout the course of Windows Phone's life.
I mean, to be fair, Windows Phone.
Yes, but this was before Windows Phone was a failure. One of the reasons Windows Phone was a failure was because it didn't have the major apps, like YouTube. So Microsoft made their own, and Google blocked it.
How can a phone not have a YouTube app? What else do you use phones for?
Ask YouTube, because apparently they think you don't need one.
Oh, fuck off. Of course you need a YouTube app on a phone. That's like 80% of what you use.
Rabin, welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well.
No,
Happy
but,
Friday.
Okay. Yes. Chrome as a but Google as a company
Assholes,
should not be
yes.
trusted. Google as a company. What I'm saying is, when it comes to specific engineers who work at Google working on specific projects,
As with any company,
Chromium.
the individuals are fine, usually very good people.
Yeah,
But
so what I'm saying is, in cases where there's an engineer, especially when they're putting the name to it, which the people pushing through the web manifest stuff, there's an engineer who's pushing that through. There you can find their name. They're
Mhm.
putting it, and so in cases like that, I prefer to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Sure.
And in this case, the benefit of the doubt would be that a part of the issue is existing ad blocks.
I don't recognize the name, unfortunately.
Particularly
You have a previous name I might recognize.
of things which aren't standard, like CSS selectors, like using AdBlock plus syntax stuff, can result in not significant, but can result in a noticeable drop in performance when it comes to actually loading in pages.
Except a number of people debunked it.
Hmm?
So Google made that claim of, oh, it's for performance reasons, and then multiple people showed proof that
I actually did not know that.
basically the ads themselves are worse in terms of performance than the ways to block the ads.
Yeah.
Which we all knew anyway, but they were able to confirm it.
But what I'm saying is, what I was going to say is that the web manifest API thing would be a native way of finding, selecting, and blocking the stuff rather than a non-native extension having to do the same work.
Yeah. But Google is
That's
also an
what-
advertising company, and obviously they want their ads loading, so
But the problem is that if they're going to be doing any sort of ad blocking capabilities in the browser themselves, they have to be indiscriminate, because otherwise they run into the issue of antitrust laws.
yep. Sonic, it depends on what extensions you have installed. In your case, especially on the phone, the play doesn't work.
I have 0 extensions anywhere.
Yeah, that one might be BTTV.
I have
But I can look it up for you.
Oh. I'm pretty sure it was only like... I don't know, when did we
3
first
years
meet
ago,
last?
September 17th, 2016.
It's been 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah, that actually makes sense. About 3 months after Overwatch launch is when I first met you, when it was Ilios Lighthouse, mainly. I walked out, and you charged from one end of the point to the other, and just pinned me against the wall during I think it was a comp match.
Might
And
have been.
I'm like, the hell is this shit? And then you just laughed at me, and then after that, you ended up joining our group. It was great.
Yes. And the rest is history.
Exactly.
For
So
better or
I'm
worse.
thinking I will
Wizards
probably
Cage
commit this
probably
as
for
is.
worse.
A bit of both. I'm happy with this. What do you think, Dylan?
Before, sorry.
The file descriptors. Do you think there's anything else I should do? I think that's
I'm happy with them.
yeah.
I just think that game capture is pretty much the only time where AV doesn't play nice. Although D-Sharm, Direct Sharm, maybe, because we haven't updated that in a long time.
Well, we have updated libdshow.
True, but we have had issues where Avast, AVG, and them in the past have not
True.
worked with webcam.
Okay, so what I'll do is I will comment out.
I'm not saying you have to get rid of it. I'm saying it's something to consider because part of the
Yeah.
issue was at the time that was an issue for us. There was a lot of different applications where that started being an issue,
Mhm.
particularly unsigned or applications
good
which
point.
were custom built, where you'd see on forums people posting about, "Hey, this cameras aren't working." So it could have been like a one-off issue at the time that's sort of resolved now.
Maybe, maybe not.
So I would follow up, is my point.
Yeah, I'll all of this I'll document in the PR itself. Raven, basically what I've done is previously all of the components to OBS didn't have any kind of version information associated with them that you could access externally. And so you wouldn't know which version of OBS they were built with. This particular thing that I'm working on here, let me just pull this back up, is essentially I have a RC file template which has each of the fields required. And using all of that, I then grab these base fields from here. So the company name, the product name, the comments, the legal copyright, and the module description for this particular file, which is the binary. And then for every other one, I just redefine the module description for the within that scope. And so each of these now have, if I sort this by file description, each of these plugins that come built in all have their own descriptions and their version numbers associated with it. The other thought I had a moment ago, Dylan, is that libOBS probably shouldn't be using the versioning from the git tag, which is what I'm currently doing.
Yeah,
it should
tag would be for the main executable. And
yeah,
OBS
I'm
is
thinking what I
manually
should be
updated.
doing is pulling it from
The libOBS version number is updated though in a commit.
correct. Jim updates it within a specific C header file, and I'm not sure what the best way would be.
Oh yeah, but you don't know how. I remember this. You can't just get the result of what's in that header file into CMake.
So, Wiz, completely unrelated question. If I may interrupt right now.
Sure.
Your little thing that you've got just below your webcam where it tracks your cursor. Are you able to use that in-game, or does it only track your cursor visual? Will it not track a crosshair?
It tracks my cursor anywhere it goes, even on secondary screens.
So does that include, say, where your cursor would be in the sense of a crosshair for Overwatch?
Yeah, games are really weird in that sense, where they basically keep teleporting the cursor to the middle, so it's very frustrating to watch.
I was gonna say, because like if it would track the crosshair the same way it does track your cursor, I would love to see that, because it would just be that mind-boggling. You wouldn't be able to understand what was happening, and I personally would find that hilarious.
I occasionally do enable it at a less aggressive zoom level, where I just use it to kind of pull focus closer towards the center of the screen. But it flickers around when you actually move in a game like a first-person shooter.
Nah, okay, fair enough then.
This one in particular is a specific shader effect by a friend. It's not something that's widely available.
Ah, okay then.
So yeah, those would be the 2 or 3 concerns, Dylan. One is that I'm not using the libOBS version in terms of versioning the libOBS DLL, and the second is direct show and game capture stuff. Alright, well, I will discard this file then, because we don't need this one. You would see a 20% accuracy Sonic. That is what you would see.
Yeah, but it would be hilarious because the amount of movement the Tracer does between blinking and then suddenly 180ing and the constant change of angles, like if you're trying to pay attention to where the crosshair is, it would be insane. Like I've noticed that whenever I've spectated a Tracer, either you or OWL or anything like that, like watching a Tracer first person perspective is so confusing because like when you're playing her, you know when you're gonna blink and change direction, but when you're watching it, it always seems to be unexpected.
Oh yeah, the
So
blinking
you're like,
especially.
what the hell just happened? Like suddenly you've just snapped to a completely different position and angle, and your mind is just melting. That's particularly why I was asking whether you could make it track the crosshair on something like Overwatch.
I mean, all you have to
I
do
would
is zoom
watch
in on
that.
the center of the screen, because that's where the crosshair is, and the crosshair itself will never move.
I mean, really, that would be a lot easier.
Yeah.
It would still be a much fun.
So I've pushed this up as is. I probably won't create the pull request today. Might do it on Sunday. But that I think is fully functional. So let's load that up on GitHub.
GitHub. Sounds porn site for nerds.
Oh, I'm not logged in. Alright. Oh, my master is 25 commits behind. Let's fix that. I love how easy rebase is. Oh, I have to undo this, don't I? Yep, it's 25 commits. So, Windows RC definition. What do we have in this one commit? 28 files changed, 165 additions, and 15 deletions. Not bad. Pretty generic stuff, really. It's the same thing over and over again. I did learn how to interact with CMake lists, though, and how to append stuff. That was fun.
CMake is a unintuitive language.
It's weird. I'm glad I'm not alone in thinking this.
I mean, I'll agree with that too. I don't really know how much weight my agreement has, considering I have no bloody idea what you're doing in the first place.
Just put it this way: you know, it's a weird language when two programmers can, from different experience with it, agree that it's a weird language.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's very weird. It works.
It's functional. It has weird limitations, though.
Man, that sounds like me talking about the system we use at bloody work. It's shit. I hate it.
That's every employee at every company ever, though.
Hey, the first major warehouse I worked at where I actually used the system a lot, back in Queensland with Bunzel, I love their system. Their system makes so much sense. You can do a lot of things with it. The main thing is you can open up multiple tabs of the same system, so you can have like a buy item, buy location, whatever the hell in multiple tabs. The system we have at the moment, you have, so I can't have multiple tabs open of buy location in this tab and buy item in this tab and whatever the hell in this tab. So I've got it all one. Sucks. Admittedly, the system we have was designed for PDA or like a PDA type thing, like a scanner type thingy. So you're only meant to be able to do one at a time, but it sucks. I don't like.
Don't you love
Hi,
it when
Krieger.
something clearly has a purpose, but the company you work for makes it for something else?
Yeah. I mean, we do have a scanner, but like, it's only really functionable for a few
Functionable?
things that I do.
This is what I completed today.
Think about it. Shit that I use physically. If it were in that situation.
I killed my CPU there. That was bad. My mic is muted. Cool. Yeah, so this is what I worked on today. Well, finished it. It's useful-ish. Most people won't care. There are certain use cases where something like this is useful. And really, if you've got a bunch of DLLs, you might as well name them, you know? Did I kill Discord?
Hey Dylan, are you still playing Tetris? Because you seem to be going pretty ham on that.
As you can see, Dylan keeps
yeah.
lighting up. So yeah, these things here
Yes.
is what I just added. So that you can be like, oh, this one is the
I'm getting annoyed.
QSV encoder. Delete. And then I'd have to do something similar for AMF, I guess.
One of the few things
And
I can actually
I do
get
plan on
annoyed
doing a
at
similar thing for
like,
OBS browser.
consistently.
Wait, what? That number doesn't look right.
Then again, this game was basically all my intermediate years. Well, I know.
See, I'm gonna
two of
kill
them,
my
shush.
frames again, just while this builds.
And I understand. My stepdad used to work at some form of IT place, and I think it was during my school holidays when my mother was working. I had to go there for a day because they didn't want to leave me at home. And you know, I took an Xbox and everything to play games, and I ended up spending like 7.5 hours playing Tetris.
It's addictive.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm done. I was just thinking, who was it earlier who mentioned that they were in your chat? They said that they moved to Brave browser, and I was just thinking that's also Chromium. So all the problems we mentioned would be a problem
Yep.
with Brave too.
Who was it that mentioned Brave?
According to Boo.
According to Bo, switch to Brave.
Bo,
Yeah.
not Boo. My bad. I meant Bo.
Don't worry, Sonic misread it the same way, and Bo mentioned that it's a common thing.
Yeah, they mentioned it was a common thing, and apparently Americans mispronounce it as boo instead of bo.
Hmm.
So you're
Which
saying
is a
he's
funny thing
American?
because I try and distance myself from Americans.
Well, there you go.
Clearly not hard. Clearly not enough.
I mean, when I'm just reading the last thing because I shorten everyone's name I can think of because I'm lazy.
Because so part of the issue is that I engage with so much media from different countries that like my to some extent my manner of speaking, but
Boob. I'm gonna call you Boob from now on.
Actually, that reminds me of. Okay, hang on. Let me see if this video still exists because.
no, but I was just gonna say like, well, to some extent, it's also just like my manner of speaking is determined by like what I happen to be watching at that point in time. But like, I have so many different like anachronism or cultural anachronisms as far as like my instinct for like, oh, this is the way to say this word, or this is the way to spell this word, or this is a perfectly acceptable word, but this is not a perfectly acceptable word. And it's like so all over the place.
It's messed up.
I mean, Americans got me to start spelling color without a U.
Oh, gross.
Welcome. I'm sorry, I can't.
Styling language in the world doesn't have a U in it, and so if you're wanting to get any sort of work
The
done, you
font
have to use
in
a U.
Okay, fair enough. In that
in
respect, that
Restream is
makes more
terrible, and I
sense.
can't read your name. I'm sorry.
Also, I have no idea where you're from, so.
That's 1 year ago.
Oh, okay, then
There's
well,
no way.
welcome, little brother.
There was one guy who
Yeah, like, if
literally
you're- like,
made a video
if I
basically
wanna change
shit talking
the
about me
background color of something in a wiki,
and
and I go background
called
color
me
with a U, it's not
Wizards
gonna do
MC.
anything.
No, I've
don't know
noticed
how
that
you
with a
screw that
couple of
up
the things that I use.
when it's right in
like,
front of your
yeah,
face.
stuff like. I
But
think,
apparently
like,
one guy
Discord and a
read it
couple other
as
places
Wizards
where I'm just
MC.
typing to people, like, sometimes the language is set for English US
Mhm.
instead of English UK.
Too much
and
stuff
I'll
is set
type-
to English US, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'll type it and it'll have that little red squiggly thing. If you spelt this wrong, it's like, no, I spelt that fucking right.
Well, some
Like,
other words
what
that
is your
end with
problem?
what are some other words that end with OUR in British?
I don't know about other
newspapers?
words, but I do know, like, I don't know about OUR, but I do know other words like recognize. Like some, I think maybe the US or somewhere else uses a Z, where I'm used to using a Z, and a Z, S. So like recognize.
So what else
I
could we
spell
do
it
here?
with an ST, but apparently
That's
you've got to
minor.
spell
I
it
was in the
with a Z.
process of opening Google Drive. Let me see if there are any small UI things I could try and knock out. It
It's
is
like neighbor,
almost
I'd
midnight.
spell- I wouldn't
So I'll
drop the
probably
U
just go to
yet.
bed.
Or
Well,
faggot.
yeah, there's a long story behind that one.
Flavor. Actually, I'm not even sure about flavor. When I drop
That is an
flavor-
interesting take,
See,
Bo.
this is what I mean by being inconsistent. Because I don't even know what I would use. Until I don't know what I will use until I've used it.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I know I've
I
mentioned
have
this.
just confirmed that when I write flavor, I drop the U. By looking through my Discord chat history.
But that's not how you spell flavor.
FLAVOUR or FLVAVOR.
It needs the U. Do Americans spell it without the U?
Yes,
Yeah, they spell everything without the U.
Why?
it's the same thing with color.
Because they're lazy.
I knew
I
they
know
did
for
it
a
with.
fact I use the American spelling of armor though.
Wait, there's two
Yeah.
different spellings for armor. Do they
Lawyer.
not?
You can spell
So-
armor with the U.
What?
Or you
Okay,
can spell it
so
with
pretty
the-
much any word that ends in OUR, Americans drop the U.
Not always, but in a lot of cases.
But that just. I don't know. Like I understand as Warden's just mentioned there in chat. Like
Odor?
it's not necessary because you don't
But
really.
it adds
say it,
flavor.
but visually, it's more appealing if the U is.
But it
there.
adds flavor.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay, but how do you spell odor?
Shut
Do
up,
you
Dylan.
use UR in odor?
No, I don't.
But you can.
but I never have. Also, I never use that word, so
Okay, what about tumor?
that's a you are.
So,
In
Dylan,
American English, you don't.
Dylan, we have no more.
American English is wrong.
True. Dylan, we
Obviously,
have
they just. Oh, sorry.
we have no more like really easy things in the to-do list that I can just knock out myself. I do not have enough C knowledge to knock out any of these things.
Bo, that's an ER, so that is just wrong on all accounts.
Yeah, we don't replace
Nothing,
E's
I
with
had to-
OU. That's not how
Yeah,
that
that's
works.
I was gonna-
I think I've basically in most cases.
He's a
not
streamer
all,
with armor.
I think in most.
How did you
cases,
know?
Not. I think that in most cases, but not all, I've basically adopted the drop the U.
When I write comments in code, I will include the U, and the actual parameter names and function names I will.
Like I'll spell labor with a U.
I
So
will
I'm guessing-
spell them without the U.
So I'm guessing the universal language for coding is more American type without the U.
Yeah.
So see that explains why you would use it without the U, because you people do coding
Okay.
or whatever the hell you do. So that
But there's
makes
words that but particularly words which are a bit longer. I know, like behavior, neighbor, endeavor, demeanor. All of these are words, or splendor. These are all words I would use OUR with, but
Mm-hmm.
an American wouldn't.
Wait, really? Like
Yeah.
Correct. This is the problem.
What the fuck? That just doesn't look right as a word. Admittedly, I can't type this out right now to actually say this.
The
doesn't
thing
look
I
right. It just doesn't look right.
the thing I personally struggle with, all of those, drop the U stuff, very easy to do. The things I struggle with is S versus Z, depending on the word.
As I was
Right.
mentioning earlier, recognize is something that I type in quite often, and it will come up with that red little squiggly line
Yeah.
saying, "Oh, this is wrong." But I'm like, no, it's spelt with an SE. But then I do the whole
I-
right click and thingy, and then it's with a Z, and I'm like, that's just wrong.
See, this is another example of me being inconsistent. It's because I use the S for those situations.
Exactly, because Z.
Bro, now
isn't
you're just screwing with
recognized,
us.
It's recognized. Like, you've got to
Also, no, but,
emphasize
like-
the end word way too much.
I also know friends who
Well-
are American who will spell laser with an S though.
Interesting.
Nah,
How do you spell
nah,
tire?
that's TYRE.
TIRE.
It's TY. Come on, dude.
The correct spelling, as far as I know, is TI.
Oh, really? Is it a
car
pommy?
tire.
Is it
It's
a
an
pommy
Australian
way to
thing.
say-
I think.
which
Okay,
which
okay,
in
okay.
extension would be a pommy thing to
Okay,
do
Okay, so
the-
TIRE is the preferred spelling in the US and Canada. TYRE is preferred in most varieties of English outside of North America.
Exactly. So the pommy version is TY. Australia is pretty much just a distant, broken off relative of the UK. So
Yep.
TY makes sense.
That is a good way to put it.
Yeah,
I have a
grew
word
up-
that I
Admittedly, my parents are also pommies, so
think I've mentioned to you this to you before, Matt. But just in general, there's a
Warden,
word I want
not
you
sneaky
to
at
say,
all.
but I'm-
Hmm?
There's a word I want you to say, but I'm not gonna say it out loud because that might influence it. CACHE.
what?
How do you say that word,
CACHE, cache.
Matt?
The correct pronunciation is cash.
Yes.
Really?
And I know this because I debated it with my colleague at work a while ago,
really?
and we looked it
Is
up, and it's
actually
cash. Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
And
I
and,
always,
and
I've,
even
I've
if you go
always
back
pronounced
to
it cache.
even if you go back to like etymology, like French roots, it's still cash.
Oh, I've always pronounced it cache. Huh.
All Australians and New Zealanders say it like cash. I know it
Because that's the way it's
too.
spelled.
Okay, Bo, that just hurts my brain looking at that. Because both those two
As I said,
ties-
Bo's just screwing with us at this stage.
Yeah,
It's
I
amazing.
know, but those two ties need to be changed because like that's just hurting.
Only one of them needs to be changed for me.
Shush. Your opinion is irrelevant.
No, but yeah, so Australian and New Zealand English is to say cache, and nowhere else in the world do they say it. But
Yeah, I've always pronounced it cache. I thought that was just how you pronounced it.
I know, I thought the same thing, and then I learned it's meant to spell. It's meant to be pronounced cash.
I refuse to change the way I pronounce it.
No, don't worry. I mean, I'm a programmer, so I have to.
Exactly. Hence why I was going
Fair.
about the color thing as if to why you spell color without the U, because the universal language is to spell it without the U.
Although, but it's funny at my university because if you hear someone say cash in the context of what we would call cache, like most people don't particularly bat an eye about it here.
Right. Yeah, I tend to forget Australia is a place that you exist.
Bo.
That have people that also exist that you can go to if you like some dingoes and have money. What do you mean have money? None of us have money here. Or do you mean do you need a lot of money to be able to survive here? Because if you're meaning that is true.
Yep.
Never-
Because
But-
like our dollar difference to everywhere is complete. Oh yeah, no, exactly that. Like I was hearing.
There's
on the
also
radio,
this.
I was hearing on the radio, I think yesterday, that like our dollar was worth like 63 cents Australian or something stupid like that. And that was the
Yeah.
lowest it's been since 2009. That was a few days ago though. Yeah, 69 to the dollar. Like
It used to. There was a point in.
there was the point quite a while ago where our dollar was worth more than the US dollar.
Yeah.
And then my
back in
dad and then
2012.
my stepdad rebuilt a boat engine because it was worth so much.
It's possible, Bo. But in general, if
Excuse me,
we pull up the
do not-
5-year thing for the Australian dollar, take a look at that graph.
Do not blame the big rock. You can't even go within several hundred meters of that rock. Hence why all photos you see are from really far away, because you can't actually physically get closer than
Yeah.
that.
No,
And
but,
that's not even a joke. You actually can't get within a few hundred meters of that big ass rock. And I still don't understand why. It's a big rock.
But the reason I was mentioning no one batting an eye if anyone says cash instead of cache or whatever is it's so much fun around my university to be able to figure out if someone is from Australia, New Zealand, or from some other country because you
But-
can immediately tell whenever they say that word.
But cash is money. And I mean, a cash can hold a lot of money.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
cash is money. See,
You have
this
cash,
is
just
why I
cash.
want to go to another country once in my bloody life. I've only been to 3 states in Australia. So I want to go to another country just to realize how different things actually are.
Oh, so at one of the European speed
see a
running
giraffe.
assembly.
Hiding.
That's right.
When
quiche
was
is
this
money.
founded?
No,
Hey,
but,
I'm sorry, quiche is delicious, and money is not. Probably because ours is wrapped in plastic, unlike the Americans, it's all paper, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but the European speedrunning assembly, which is European GDQ, they did one of the things that they did as a showcase was 2 people doing you know that game where you get dropped in Street View and you have to try and guess where you are.
No.
Well, there's a game where you get dropped in Street View and
Bo,
you guess where
come
you have to
on.
guess on a map.
What are
where
you doing?
are, and then your points is based on how close you are.
While they're
where you got dropped off.
talking, I'm just looking through, seeing if there's anything easy I can
Well,
do. This
they
one would have
what
been a
they
nice
did is
one. I
as a
could have done
showcase,
that one,
how quick
probably.
they find it is they would have 2 computers.
Unfortunately,
You
no.
can see the other
Abilities
person's
to sidechain, audio
Sorry
VST
to interrupt
plugins,
you,
no
but
macro
I
system.
need to say
This is
this
what I
real
would
quick.
like to
Bo
see.
is just hurting my brain right now.
So one thing that I'd like to do here is we
Like,
have hotkeys. which this list
What do you
gets
mean stop
ridiculously
pronouncing
long.
quiche like whatever that word is meant to be pronounced is pronounced like I just what
We
is
said
going
quiche.
on? Bro,
Having a
stop this,
macro
please.
screen
You're hurting
alongside
me.
hotkeys would be really cool,
Uh,
where you can kind of go,
Anyway,
okay, I
continue.
want to do
Sorry.
timers and I want to do
Matt's just muted up and
hotkeys,
isn't ignoring us.
because that would be fun.
To chat.
I know.
Basically
but,
this.
at the so one person would have the computer in front of them, and the other person would have another computer that you
Displaying
couldn't
things
see
at
the other
intervals.
person's screen.
That is a good idea. You wouldn't
One of
even
them
have
would
to
be
have a
dropped off
hotkey,
in the
because you could
location
tie
in
it
Street
to
View. The other
actual
one would just have
actions, like
regular
show,
Google
hide,
Maps
source.
open for the world.
Mm.
The goal would be for the person on Street View.
I'm not logged
purely
in,
through
that's why
what
it's
they
not
can
uploaded.
say or questions between the two, have the other person locate where they are on the map.
Oh wait, so what you mean by being dropped in Street View in a game is you mean they literally get dropped in a random place Street View
Waveform?
via Google Maps.
Yeah, so like
Chroma
they don't
and
have a map
Luma
for you,
levels.
but
I
they
don't think
just get
people
dropped
care
in
about
the
OBS
actual Street View, being
Oh,
able to
okay.
move
professional
around, but
level
not having any
this
reference
much.
where they actually are.
That seems like
okay,
overkill.
then.
And so they have to try and
You'll
figure
also
out a
notice
way
that
to
I am
figure
very
where
good
they
at
are, like
tuning
using
out people that I'm
street
talking
symbols,
to.
names of places.
Webcam
So
focus
how
slider.
accurate do they have
We
to
can't
get?
do
Do
this,
they
can
have
we?
to guess like town or
Okay, so
country or
their
Should be possible to
challenge
extend
showcase
them in
is
the
getting
properties
down
view.
to the block.
oh, I wouldn't be able to do that in freaking Perth, and I live
Yeah.
here.
So, so you have
Is this
the
a thing we can do?
the one person would just say what they can see to the other person, and they'd keep going back and forth while the other person has
Well, that's helpful, isn't
map
it?
open, and they have to try based on that
Do we use this at
communication,
all?
try and guess where they actually are. Okay, and
So-
down to the block.
So one person
No.
has to guess where they are, and the other person has to guess also where they are, but one person has a very limited amount of information, whereas the other person has the entire map.
Yeah, but not any of the specific. They
Yeah.
can't see Street View.
Yeah.
I tuned out. What the hell are you guys talking about?
I'm still semi-working that out myself, but from the sounds of it, it sounds pretty interesting.
I can't remember exactly why we got. Oh yeah, I'll bring it back to why I got reminded of it
Yeah.
in a moment. But okay, so then the challenge is once they've locked in. Okay, I think that this is the exact block that you were dropped off on. Then what they do is they switch seats. The other person then goes through and clicks where their guess is, and then they get scored based on it, and then hooray, they got it right. And now their roles are reversed for the next round because there's 5 rounds of this. So now it's the next round, and then the one person is now dropped off in somewhere else randomly in Street View, and the other person has the map. Figure out where they are, try to guess where they are, narrow it down. They get through 5 of this with a perfect score in like I want to say just over 20 minutes. Okay.
I mean, I'm sure I would understand it better if I actually watched it happen, but from the sound of it, it actually sounds kind of interesting.
It's very impressive. It's very impressive.
And I'm sure
The-
that there would be duos out there that get it very accurate because for some reason they just have a good knowledge about places.
Yeah, but the reason I brought that up is that you mentioned you want to go to other countries just to know just what exactly is different.
Mm.
The last place they got dropped off on was a place in New Zealand. Okay, and I know, and the moment Street View loaded,
I have
was
again
like, "Oh, it's New Zealand."
zoned out because
mean,
it's
admittedly,
past
if-
midnight
if
and my
they got
brain
dropped
can't
off
process whatever
somewhere
they're talking
in,
about.
say, Cairns in Queensland, I would probably know where that is because I lived there for
So video format
17 years of my life.
No, but
is
the point is,
specific
this
to the
isn't- this is a
format,
place that's
but
not-
video
this is
config
not
is
any place in
not.
New Zealand I've
So
been to.
can
It was
we
just dropped
okay.
off on New Zealand, and I could
D-show
recognize by the way that
capture
the street was, by the way that the
in lib
houses
D-show.
were set up, by everything else.
Before I go to bed,
It
let's
was
see if we
just-
can do a
it
bit
was-
of this.
It was just that New Zealand vibe, and you're just like, bro, that is so Kiwi. I know
Win D-show.
New
No, but
Zealand.
here's the thing: the person who was on Street View,
D-show, what
a
file am I looking
second
at?
later
D-show
said
capture
we're
dot.
in New Zealand.
Header. They're not source files, header
Maybe
files.
they watched way too much Lord of the Rings.
No, but they've been doing this game for a very long time. That's the
Okay,
point of the
fair enough.
showcase.
D-Show
They're
I mean,
very
Capture.
good at this.
I was gonna say, yeah, I suppose so. If you've been doing this game for quite a while, you
And
are
then
going to
video
research
config. Where do
major
you come
vibes or
from?
major landmarks or
But
major.
like, yeah, like
Oh, it's just gonna go back and forth. Okay.
that you would
Places
get.
So it's just a
in Europe will seem
generic
very similar
config.
depending on where you happen to be dropped, and so like
Generic
you can't narrow
config.
it down to a country, but you might be able to narrow it down to a set of countries.
Yeah, fair point.
But I just found it so funny that me as a local who's not been to that particular place but can recognize like the general feel of the street and what it looks like was only a second faster than someone who's never been here. But it was that still instantly recognizable. I will link it to you.
This stuff is commented out as of 5 years ago when it was added. That's interesting.
GeoGuessr, that's the name of it.
And I do want to go to other countries.
Wait.
Because as I said, I have only been to 3 states in Australia, and I've lived
That's
here my
amazing.
entire life. The only reason I've been to WA is because I moved here, and then
Yeah,
I
I've been-
decided to go to.
Added buffering
Victoria?
options in 2015,
Yeah, Melbourne
except
to
for the
Victoria,
Stream
yes.
Engine, which is Ava
Yes.
Media's
German all of a sudden.
system for
Yeah,
I've
Melbourne-
better
Melbourne-
webcam, better capture
I've
card compatibility in
technically
software like
been
OBS,
to-
and
technically been to 3 countries, but
Elgato
only
devices.
2.
Specifically, those 2 capture
remember
cards,
them.
which
okay,
Jim
I'm guessing that
specifically
were you either
excluded.
born
I was
in
born
a
in
country,
South
then
Africa.
moved.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then you moved
So,
at an early age to wherever the hell you are
Yeah.
now. And then
how
you
does this
travel
video
from
config get
time.
used? Does it get
Yeah, so South
passed
Africa, been
to...
to briefly to Australia just because of a layover, then to New Zealand, and then I've been to Melbourne and Brisbane since then.
Yeah.
Settings updated,
Yeah,
sure,
no, that's similar.
but
how
when is it
that's-
actually used?
Wait,
Video
what
config
do they have in
clicked.
WA Corn? What do we have in WA? Let me guess, you're born in a country. Okay, Bert, what I meant by that is it's similar to my brother. My brother was born in the UK, but when he was 6 months old, speaking is difficult. He then flew to Australia with my mother when they moved over here. So I
Yeah,
assumed
pretty
it
much
was
same-
something.
same
On
idea.
video
Yeah,
data.
I assumed it was something along like that.
Mhm.
Format.
Bro, you need to stop being such a smartass. And what do we have in WA? We have very flat. Like WA is flat and straight. If you drive on a road, the general consensus of WA is just keep going straight, bro, and you'll end up where you need to go. That's all it is. It's flat and straight.
Matt, you're still muted, but also B, what are you doing?
I am exploring Direct Show, and am confused as heck.
Naturally.
Bro,
Naturally.
Flat is boring. Flat is boring because there's no range that I can drive up. Like, at least in Queensland, I had the Gillies range and I could go drive. It was really fun.
Basically, I wanted to see if there's a way to... an easy way to see what kind of APIs OBS is using to tell Direct Show, hey, set this webcam to use this resolution. To see if...
Jesus.
to see if I can do something similar for exposing something like the focus slider.
Also, Dylan,
But
you
I have
could've-
no idea where to look. And
Yeah.
I think, even though WinDShow interacts with LibDShow, or LibDCapture, or DShow Capture, whatever, that I'm not going to learn much from it.
Maybe. Yeah, but
That's-
that's Sonic.
That's what I'm getting.
I was gonna say, like, cool, I was gonna watch that, then I realized he linked me a 41-minute long video, so I'm not gonna watch that right now.
I mean, the actual thing itself is like half an hour.
That's still too long for me to watch
I know.
right now, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
Question for you, Dylan. Have you ever seen the configure crossbar button do anything? Like, I don't know what it's supposed to do.
I feel as though for one device I've had, like my old EasyCap USB stick thing might have done something, but I can't be certain.
What is it supposed to do?
So were you able to determine how it talks to how it talks to the device to get the resolution? Did you figure that out?
I didn't actually look at that part. That is a good point.
Okay, I'll figure that out. I can look at that.
I'd assume that's part of libd show capture. Although no, that just gives us the base. Although that runs an enum video devices and populates the devices object. So
What is the device object? Hold on.
enum video devices is in dshow capture, which we can Google. And this will tell us what we need to know about how to set format and frame rate. This might teach us something. Also, it's late enough and I'm tired enough that I'm basically going cross-eyed, so bear with me.
I would say you need a Red Bull, but I'm pretty sure you don't drink these kind of things.
Should I drink a disgusting, unhealthy energy drink at 1:15 midnight?
Exactly. You don't.
I don't think so.
Have a cup of tea then.
Nah, I'd rather go to bed. I just want to see if I can find what I'm looking for here.
It's like it's 2:18 here.
Something to look into another time. But I will.
I'm gonna see if I can figure out.
It's not even
Very
midnight
quick.
here. It's like just gone 10 o'clock. This is great. Sometimes
trying to-
living in WA works well.
I'm just trying to very quickly figure out this. It's okay. Set video config is the name of the function. Device. Set video config. Config. Where's resolution?
So interestingly,
Nope. Set up video capture.
would it be part of format? Or would it be something unrelated? Oh,
It's
interesting.
funny to see a list of things where it's just like, if the string matches this, just no.
Oh yeah, you found the Elgato and stream engine thing too. Yeah, I found that pretty funny.
I'm in libd show capture.
Oh, did you? Are you? In the...
It's like- what the heck is the Prif stream box? Prif stream box.
Oh, I see.
Should be hi-fi.
I also just realized that Wiz is only 2 hours ahead of me at the moment.
That's a new live game portable variant
Yeah.
as of May
Probably
2017.
Yeah, and that's probably why it's all going into the same thing saying AverMedia LGP, same config option. No, but I'm trying to figure out the resolution where it actually sets the resolution.
I love how it's specifically...
Convert video settings. No, it doesn't seem there. Basically, this is all complicated.
Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting
I
to.
could have told you that.
Well, see, this is the problem that I've run into every time I've been like, I want to research this part of OBS. And then it's a rabbit hole of just why. Why is it
Maybe
so
you should've-
complicated?
Also, maybe you shouldn't research it at 20 past 12.
Unfortunately, that wouldn't make a difference in this case.
Ah,
I
well,
just
okay.
don't know the language.
And...
and-
Okay, then fair enough.
And that is a big component of whether you can understand something, is knowing the language.
Okay then.
Okay,
I
so-
thought
And then
maybe.
knowing what the language is interacting with as well.
So, but part of
Mm.
the, like, but part of the issue is that the only way you can actually end up understanding this stuff is to just be like, yes, I know that this stuff is, what was I saying? Yes, I know that this is, I'm not understanding this, but I just have to keep trying to understand it and not understand it, but eventually I will.
Which is how you managed to actually make some pretty cool features recently.
I was more thinking of game capture because that was,
True.
Oh no.
True.
I did not. Game capture is wizardry.
It can be, yeah.
Which is the
Like,
thing that wizards should be a thing of. He is a wizard after all.
Mm.
No, like some of how it works, I was already familiar with, but the actual like line to line code function of stuff is just beyond me a lot of the time. Like especially just generally how Windows handles events is all weird. But like, how did I have no idea how Jim and Rich and them got game capture working because some of it's such a hack.
Yeah, well...
Because do you know how Direct 3D 9 capture works?
No, and I'd rather not find out, because that is very far in the past.
No. I can explain it very simply, but you'll be able to also, in the same explanation, realize how much of a hack it is. Direct 3D 9X, which is EX after 9, DirectX 9EX, has support for shared textures. DirectX 9 doesn't. But in order to, what OBS Game Capture does for DirectX 9 is it injects into the game, flips a bit, which changes it to DirectX 9X, establishes the shared texture, unflips the bit, and then continues.
Sounds like a mess.
Yeah, how does that? How does someone? How did either of that? How did that come about as a thing? That oh yeah, let's just flip a bit. It will then now be treated as this version of DirectX that's slightly newer. And now we can capture the game.
Stuff that low level is just so dodgy in the first place. And this is something that I've actually been... Like, so, the company that I work at, they make essentially network adapters for dumb water and gas meters. And so they've had to code them in such a way where they can understand the communication method of the meter, and then they have to send data back and forth from their NIC over to their gateway and stuff like that. And today we were talking about just how small the packets are, where like one of them was, we can only send updates to the NIC in packets of like 6 bits.
But that's smaller than the minimum size for an Ethernet frame.
Yeah.
You have isn't the minimum size for an Ethernet frame like 20 something bits?
I don't know.
But
they're wireless sticks based on either NB-IoT, LoRa, and what are the other ones? Wi-Sun. They're very specific smart device protocols that are designed to be very minimal.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of those things where it's very similar to this, where you're working in such a low level that most of what you know as a regular developer of 2019, it's just it can blow your mind, and it can be very tricky to actually come up with a thing for it.
Yes, but no, but that confuses me because an Ethernet frame for a quick routing, the minimum bit size for it, or minimum number of bytes, is just is just a slight, like a few more bytes more than the minimum size of TCP/IP and TCP/IP headers. So like you have your Ethernet frame, which is encapsulating a IP packet, which is encapsulating a TCP packet. And if you have the minimum sizes of headers, there's still a few more bits or bytes you have to pad out before you have the minimum size for an Ethernet frame, because it has to be a minimum size in order to be able to detect collisions.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you say a maximum of 6 bits or whatever you said, and that's just like, what?
Yeah. No, it's... Even I don't understand it. And we spoke about it for like 20 minutes. I was just like, I'm glad I don't have to deal with it, because I would be useless.
Actually, that's funny. I'm talking about this because this is stuff I need to revise for an exam on Tuesday.
You're welcome.
Thing-
I am, however, going to go to bed because it's 12:30 and my brain needs rest.
too.
Whereas my cat has just woken up and will probably ask for food and then leave for the night.
And sprint around the house randomly for no particular reason.
No, she doesn't really do. She does that occasionally.
Huh.
She's more likely to go outside and sprint for a bit.
Well, fair enough then.
You know, chase birds, the usual.
Do cat things.
Do cat things.
I'm more
Lays
of a dog
lays
person.
around, you know. Alrighty then, thanks for hanging out with me. I'll chat to you guys probably Sunday or
Cheers for
something.
dealing with me.
I'll try not to be a bore again in the future.
Never.
Well, it probably wouldn't have come to this if I didn't fuck my keyboard.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
But
Good night, guys.
It is
you've
my
been
fault.
productive.
I'm not sorry, but it is my fault.
Matt got to be productive, so it all worked out in the end.
Fair
Yes, I
point.
did. Productive on a
Alright.
Friday night. Never again.
Alright. Cheers, man.
See ya.
Have a good
Bye.
sleep, man.
Alright, that's gonna be the end of today's stream. I could probably play some music on the way out, but let's do it at like a quiet level. Yeah. And we're gonna go with like something like this one maybe? This one looks like it might be quiet. No streams planned. I was gonna do what I just did as part of a Sunday stream, but now I don't have to. So actually no, this one's pretty good. So no stream planned, but I might do something. We'll see. Other than that, enjoy your weekend. Thanks for hanging out with me and the guys, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.